Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show right here on YouTube. A rubber match between the Twins and Mariners in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. A typical Seattle day, highs in the low 60s. The finale of a three-game set between that guy right there, Carlos Correa, and his Twins and the M's. Thank you for hanging out with us this afternoon. I'm Sierra Santos, she's Erica Wachter, and this isn't just the finale of this set. This is the season series finale. They've split their previous 6 games, so maybe there's a little bit more going on in this one, but the story of the game is the return of Sonny Gray. The Twins starter is coming off the IL. He was dealing with that pectoral strain. This is his first outing in more than 2 weeks. The Twins have won every one of his 5 starts in the last month. He went 3-0 with a 1.65 ERA, gave up just 1 homer in that span.
Been so impressive. Like you said, the Twins have been absolutely great behind him in his recent action, but this is going to be a very big test for him after that long layoff. And no rehab stint for him either. Instead, he says, I'm good to go after tossing a simulated game on Friday, and we'll see how good he is feeling. Now, you talked about this being the season series finale. This was the team that Gray made his Minnesota debut against, gave up 2 runs in 4 2/3 innings, and that was a no decision in an eventual Twins defeat back on April 9th. So also look for him to change that this afternoon.
Yeah, let's get to some things that we need to know about MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. The best part is it's free. After today, we will have 8 more games during the regular season, so be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our content. So what you're going to do, you're going to click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games, and YouTube TV subscribers can stream live in an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for 4K plus subscribers. But before we get to today's game and preview all the good stuff, let's take a look at what happened last night in Seattle.
After 3.5 no score, here's Eugenio Suarez.
Flew out last time. 32 RBIs, 11 home runs.
Speaking of home runs, this is on its way. Clubbed and gone. Banging right beneath Edgar's sign.
It's the Mariners 2 and the Twins nothing.
Wes Johnson's going to make a quick trip out to the mound as the batters Ty France hitting 324. And here's the situation that Scott Service was talking about. You got a runner in scoring position. They were 1 for 5 last night.
France, a big blast. Way back. This is by the wall, and this is gone. Home run, Ty France.
And he picks up RBIs 40 and 41 with 1 swing of the bat.
It's a 2-run tater. It brings home Dylan Moore, and it's a 4-0 Mariners lead. Runner in scoring position now.
2 balls and no strikes on Haggerty.
Now we'll see what he tries to do here. Corner infielders are up with nobody out.
Smoke down the left field line. This is a base hit. Dylan Moore can stroll home. Haggerty is into second. He drives in a run. It's a 5-0 Mariners lead.
All right, so the Twins look to bounce back after being shut out on Tuesday night, and here's how their lineup is shaking up. Byron Buxton will lead off this afternoon as he looks to stay hot. He's got 7 homers, 11 RBI, and 11 runs scored in his last 10 games. Luis Arraez will bat 5th and is expected to fill in at second base for the 3rd straight day, with Jorge Polanco out again due to back soreness. Arraez leads MLB qualifiers in average, 354, and on-base percentage, 436. And Sierra, I loved this note too, because Arraez actually met up with Ichiro prior to yesterday's game. Ichiro, like many of us, a big fan of the 25-year-old who's just been killing it of late.
The one thing about Luis, okay, so he had his first Grand Slam on Saturday. He says he really hasn't changed his approach or anything at the plate, but then he did start working with a private hitting coach down in Miami. His name's Frank Valdez. Guess who we got introduced to him by? Nelson Cruz. Oh, it all makes sense now, right? All right, let's get to the Mariners lineup and take a look. Julio Rodriguez batting 3rd, a .290 average with 12 extra base hits and 17 RBI over his last 28 games. Eugenio Suarez in the cleanup spot leads the M's with 12 round trippers this season. Dylan Moore playing short, getting the start in place of J.P. Crawford, who was scratched with flu-like symptoms. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Julio Rodriguez during this show. He leads the league in stolen bases. He's looking to become the first rookie to lead the league in steals since, Mike Trout did it 10 years ago.
Not bad.
Not bad
Not at
company
all.
to be in. He's also in some other great company. We're going to talk to Sarah Langs about that in just a bit. But let's get it out to Scott and Yonder for more on this matchup.
We've been busy today. So first off, we have a stacked guest list. Mic'd up Ty France, All-Star Game candidate. All-Star Game candidate on the other side at first base too, and Luis Arraez. Plenty of insight that we'll share there from Rocco Baldelli. But who are we just hanging out with? Like, let's be real. We were a few minutes late to do this because we're in the Twins clubhouse.
With the captain. Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa. Chris Archer, who we said, hey, can you come on in a few
right.
innings? He said, okay.
But you know what I love about Carlos? Everything he talks about is winning. Winning baseball, everything, you know, hitters meetings. How are we going to beat this guy today? We got to get this win today. Every win is important. There's a reason why he's been so good in the postseason. I mean, we're talking about a guy who has 20-plus home runs in the postseason. He feeds off of this, and he expects to be in the postseason.
It is real, and so is Yonder's relationship with starter Sonny Gray, whose nickname is, which everyone is just finding out, at least on the Twins side. Like Rocco Baldelli, it was news to him. What's the nickname?
Pickles. Yeah, everybody
likes pickle juice, right?
Yeah, he likes pickle juice. He's what a great teammate. You know, talking to him earlier, you know, it's funny. Starters usually don't talk to anybody during their starts. Sonny Gray, different cat. He's gonna be able to talk to you. He's gonna say what's up. He's gonna talk a little bit about golf, a little bit about where he lives over there in Minnesota, which he absolutely loves. I'm expecting big things out of him today.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm expecting big things too, but it might not be. It's not going to be like 6-7 innings,
No.
Sonny Gray, just because he's coming off the pectoral injury.
You know what it is? Quality, man.
Yes.
It's going to be quality innings is what they expect from him, and I expect that from him as well.
And then for Marco Gonzalez, it revolves around the changeup and just his ability to game plan and hit his spots because he's not going to wow you with the velocity.
Yeah, you know, I think when I look at Marco, he's got a ton of this two-seamer. I think he's gotten away a little bit from that. He likes his cutter. He falls in love with it at times, but from me facing him, his changeup is his go-to. But how do you set up that changeup with a good fastball? The good commanding fastball, I think, is going to be crucial for him today, and expect him to get easy outs, not only with his cutter, his changeup, but that heavy two-seamer.
These are two contenders, Seattle and Minnesota, both possible to make the playoffs. Of course, the Twins right now are leading the division, and there are stars. I think some of them need to be introduced to the YouTube audience. We've seen the Twins, and Byron Buxton's in there, but someone like Ty France will definitely get into. Julio Rodriguez for sure. And lastly, what did Jarrell Cotton tell us when we saw him? He goes, oh, Yonder had that line. Make sure he uses that line.
No,
Come on.
Can we say it?
You could say the animal, shark.
You got to hunt. You got to be a shark when you're hunting out there,
Let's
man.
go.
It's Shark Week, baby.
That's what
all these hitters
do.
need to go. They need to go hunting.
Go on YouTube. You'll find plenty of shark videos, but stick with us. We'll see you for game time.
Stick with them, right? Best hair in baseball.
Yeah, putting him on the spot, too. Great stuff, guys. It is time now for our poll question. And we want you to get your votes in because this is what we've got for you. Which player is the most exciting to watch? We'll be talking about these two all the time. Byron Buxton or J-Rod.
I feel like this is going to be like a 50-50 split. I do. Oh, I don't know. All right, so the Mariners took last night's game 5-0, but the Twins, they know how to respond. Minnesota 5-0 after a loss. After a quick break, we catch up with Logan Gilbert, what his favorite YouTube video is, where does he get those luscious locks chopped, and does he have his sights set on his first All-Star game?
Hey, baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. at youtube.com/MLB.
Not a bad day to be out on the water at T-Mobile Park. Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show. Let's welcome in our guest, Mariners starter Logan Gilbert. I know guys don't like to talk about themselves, but can we just brag on you for just a quick second? Logan, you tossed 6 scoreless last night. You now have the 3rd lowest ERA in franchise history over the first 13 starts of the season. You've become somewhat of this anchor of the starting rotation. How do you, though, try to set the tone?
Yeah, I think it just goes to the entire starting staff here. We just have a really strong unit and all build off each other. They've done a great job helping me out this year, make the adjustments I need to. And every time I'm out there, I try to set the tone and do my part to help us win the game.
Well, building off of all that, your 6 Ks last night gave you 200 in your career in just 37 games, the 3rd fastest Mariner to hit that milestone. It's got to feel pretty good. You're having one heck of a season. So I've got to ask you, it's mid-June. The All-Star game in LA isn't too far away. No. So you know where I'm going. Is that something that you have your sights on? Have you had a chance to really think about potentially taking the field at historic Dodger Stadium?
That would be amazing. Honestly, I try not to let myself think about it too much. It's always a goal of mine. It's something I set out for at the beginning of the season, but I always have high goals and expectations. So, but at this point, I'm just trying to take it one start at a time and not get ahead of myself, you know.
Okay, we're going to switch it up. Yep. We're going to get a little fun. We love to ask players on YouTube what their favorite YouTube video is, and yours is an interview you did with Julio Rodriguez. And my biggest takeaway from this was that he cut your hair.
I couldn't believe that.
He did. I couldn't believe it either, honestly. I thought it was a joke, but he ended up doing it. So I was surprised just like everybody else.
What did he do with that little piece of hair, by the way? It reminds me of what a parent would do after a first haircut. What did he do with it?
Yeah, really, I don't know. I don't know if he kept it or threw it away. Maybe it's a souvenir that he kept. I don't know. But I was just surprised. I couldn't believe it happened.
He definitely carries a locket of your hair in his pocket.
It's probably like his good luck charm.
I want to ask you something, too. Guys can be very particular about their barbers, so I imagine that's why you panicked a little bit. Do you have a go-to barber hairstylist that is the go-to person for your haircuts?
I do back home. Out here, I'm still trying to find one. It's definitely not Julio. I know that. But, I'm kind of trying to find it during the season. But I really don't get too many haircuts, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's a good flow you've got going there. So we know Julio doesn't have the skills as a barber per se, but he is one of the most must-watch players in the game right now. What is it like having him as a teammate and a good buddy out there?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He's a superstar. What he's doing at his age right now, it's unbelievable. And, I mean, he's such a great player, but he's a better teammate and in person. He's an awesome guy in the clubhouse, and to have in the dugout. He's always got my back. He's hyping me up during the game, so he's just a great guy to have out there.
Talking about a lot of that young energy in the clubhouse, you are one of those people. What is the vibe like in there?
It's great. This season especially, I think we're all building off each other. We have a really strong chemistry in this clubhouse, and I know we've got high expectations for this season, and we know we have the talent here to do it. So I feel like we're hitting our stride a little bit, and we're going to really finish the season strong.
Yeah, it has been fun to watch. I want to ask you, too, just about your past and your journey here. But I know in the offseason you trained with Jacob deGrom at your former college, Stetson, where you both came out of. What did you take away from him? And I guess just what did you learn from that experience overall that's helped you really just hone in on your game, especially this season?
Yeah, I mean, to see up close, it's crazy what he does, the execution and the pitches that he has. I tried to change my slider this past offseason, and what he does with his was kind of the standard for what I want to get to one day. So I kind of sharpened it up, tightened it a little bit, and made it a little bit faster as he throws it. So I think just little things like that I'm trying to pick up on here and there to help me out.
All right, I got to just switch gears here again. Away from baseball, I believe November, baseball is the focus right now, but I believe in November It is a special day coming up for you. Your wedding, you got engaged last October. Congratulations.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, yes.
I hear from that interview, you don't really enjoy dancing that much. So what's the plan? Are you going to be getting dance lessons? Because all eyes will be on you on your wedding day.
I know, really. I'm already nervous about it. Yeah, I got to figure it out somehow. I don't know. November is coming quick. I'm so excited for it. It's going to be awesome. But yes, I do have to figure that out pretty soon.
Congratulations again, though. Enjoy every moment of that day.
How much are you involved
Thank
in
you.
the wedding planning?
A little bit. She's doing probably most of it. She's doing a great job. I put in my input here and there, but she does a great job, and she's probably doing most of the work right now, so I'm thankful for that.
Give her all the
Happy
credit.
wife,
It
happy
is
life.
so
It's
stressful.
so much.
It is so stressful. Okay, I want to go back to the video one more time. I want everyone to see how Julio wrapped up this interview.
I mean, it's always fun. Like, I don't know, people don't think that you're that fun, but I think you're a really fun guy.
Are you kidding me?
No, but it's just like, it was really nice having you in my first episode. Like, thank you for coming.
I had fun, man. It was good.
It was great. Now I got a shower. Let's go.
Okay, so good news, we are already showered, so we won't ditch you like that. But Logan, we really appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on. And
we think he's fun. I mean,
yeah,
never in doubt.
absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. He was giving me a hard time. I don't know what it is, but hopefully I'm fun a little bit.
Well, we hope you're going to have the best, most fun, right? Hopefully at the All-Star game and at your wedding. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Logan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
Marco Gonzalez warming up. The Mariners have lost 8 of his 12 starts this season, but they didn't give him a whole lot of run support either. We'll see what goes down today. Coming up, we are going to get Statsy, and we're going to also meet our YouTube creator of the game.
They're at the Kingdome for the 9th time in Major League history, a playoff to determine a champion.
It was exciting for the city, the fans, my teammates, myself. It was probably the biggest game I had pitched in my career.
Randy Johnson could not have been better today, but look what we've got, a 1-0 game.
It was a real duel until the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Mariners had the bases loaded.
And Luis Sojo will be the batter.
Langston delivers the first pitch to Soho, swinging a ground ball, seaside by Snow.
Sneaks down by Snow, down the right field line into the bullpen. Here comes Flowers, here comes Tino, here comes Joey. The front of the plate cut off, the relay by Langston, gets on by Allenson. Flores scores, here comes Soho, he scores!
Everybody scores!
Now the left-hander ready. Branding iron hot. The 1-2 pitch. He inserted it. Randy looks to the skies. 19 long years of frustration is over. My friends, this is just indescribable.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show. There's a look at Ty France, who continues to do it all. He and the Mariners look to make it 2 in a row as they try to take the season series here in Seattle. All right, well, fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of their listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, and select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away radio calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. And it is time for the Creator Spotlight. Today we're going to be talking to Jennifer Mercedes from La Vida Baseball. The channel celebrates Latino culture and its passion for baseball. We're going to ask Jennifer about today's game as well as growing up a Yankee fan in just a minute. But first, here's a taste of the great content you can see on the channel.
Tacos o empanadas?
No, empanadas. Empanada. Oof, that's a tough one.
I don't know. It depends what kind of empanadas, but I'd probably go with tacos.
Don Omar or Daddy Yankee?
Daddy Yankee. Daddy Yankee.
LeBron James or Steph Curry?
LeBron. LeBron James.
I don't watch basketball.
Shakira or J-Lo?
J-Lo.
Shakira.
J-Lo.
J Balvin or Bad Bunny?
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
I don't know. Probably Bad Bunny because they play him every time in the locker room.
So much fun. You always make the players feel so comfortable. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us here today. Clearly, you interview a lot of MLB players for La Vida Baseball. So this is a tough one, but who has been your favorite player to interview?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. And yes, it is a tough one. I'd have to say that this year, up until now, my favorite player has been Albert Pujols. And the reason being having the opportunity to interview him in his final year, his final season. And he's just at a different stage in his life. He's having more fun. So it's fun to watch him on the field, but it was also so much more fun to be able to talk to him and really just break it down and talk about his career throughout the years. So it would be Albert right now.
I love that answer, just being part of his journey. Now, we are about to watch two of the most exciting players in the game go head-to-head in Byron Buxton and Julio Rodriguez. Who are you most looking forward to watching today?
Now, while Byron is doing his thing, he's so much fun to watch. I'm a little biased, and I'm going to have to go with my fellow Dominicano, the J-Rod show, Julio Rodriguez, who is just amazing. He is going to be a superstar. I think he's got that X factor that you look for in a player and an athlete and in any type of artist, right? He's got it, but he doesn't only have it on the field. He also has it off the field, and I'm looking forward to not just, in this game, but what he's going to do throughout his career.
100% with you. His personality is so much fun. We have some of his YouTube videos on our show here this afternoon as well. Now, we are talking about the Twins, of course, and Buxton has had a lot of long balls lately, but you grew up a Yankees fan, so we want you to weigh in on this. How many home runs will the home run leader, Aaron Judge, hit this season?
I'm going to go with 60. I think he can do it, right? He did 52, I believe, his rookie season, and having, going to be a free agent at the end of this year, he's got to show off. So I think it's going to be 60.
Love that prediction. And if it's right, you heard it here first. Now, let's talk about your YouTube channel and all the work you do with La Vida Baseball. You guys celebrate the Latino culture and the passion that these fans and players have on the channel for baseball. What do you love most about the Latin baseball culture and how they express the love for the game?
It's got to be that, right? It's got to be the way that they express their love for the game. Being a Latina, I know what it's like to have an extra type of passion for something. And when you're representing where you come from on a team, when you're maybe one of a few, you put a little extra into it. And, MLB had that campaign talking about let the kids play. Latino players have been playing. They haven't stopped playing. And they definitely make the game fun. I say they put the sazon, the seasoning into the game of baseball.
I love that answer there. How about you? You talk about your connections, of course. What is that like, just having that bond that you create with the players? And I talked about that comfort level. I mean, it comes right across in the interview, and they get to speak so often Spanish with you.
Oh, it's one of the greatest things that I can do, right, is allow the players to have a platform where they can speak in their native tongue and feel comfortable in sharing their stories, but also just talking about where they come from and having a lot of fun. It's a blessing for me, and it's an honor for me to be able to have conversations. I like to look at them as conversations and not just interviews.
Yeah, we can tell it comes across in your work. And before we let you go, we love to ask our guests this. Can you just tell us about your favorite baseball memory?
It has to be, speaking of Latino players and the way we show off, it's got to be Nelson Cruz hitting a go-ahead 3-run home run in the WBC, the Dominican versus the U.S. And it was a game that was held out in Florida. I was in the press box with a few other of the journalists that came from the Dominican Republic. And when I tell you, I just about lost my mind in that moment. The DR was down. I think the game was 5-3. And the DR, when Nelson came up to bat and he hit that home run, and talking about a player that doesn't really pimp home runs. He's a veteran. In this game, I mean, I had never seen Nelson so excited, jumping out of his seat, pointing across his chest to the Dominican on his chest. And I mean, you had a stadium filled with Dominicans in the U.S. That alone was just I mean, I got chills still thinking about it. It was such an amazing moment. We lost. Thank you, Adam Jones. But it was still an amazing moment.
Yes, you describe it perfectly. I get chills. I'm sure it was so incredible for you to witness that passion that we continue to see from so many of these great players in the game. Jennifer, thank you so much for the time, and keep up the great content on YouTube.
Thank you so much.
It is time to take a look at some numbers a little bit more closely on this matchup using StatCast powered by Google Cloud. She's a reporter. She's a researcher. She's our girl, Sarah Lings from MLB.com. And as we say hi to Sarah, let's start off with one of the most dynamic players in the game, Byron Buxton. I've been told you have an unbelievable note about Byron and double plays.
I do. So he has hit 45 home runs since he last grounded into a double play. That is the most home runs by anybody in between double plays since they've been tracking double plays for batters. And he still hasn't ended the streak. He hasn't hit into a double play since August of 2020. It is an unreal streak. And what I love about that is we can use a StatCast stat to explain it. So you mentioned one of the most dynamic players. He has this ultimate power speed combo. He is one of 3 players in the majors right now who are in the 80th percentile or better in barrel rate and sprint speed, the 90th percentile. And it's him, Jazz Chisholm, and Mike Trout. Those are the dynamic players in the game, and he is at the top of this list. And this is what he does when he is healthy and on. And that's why he's not hitting into those double plays, because he has that speed. He's not going to get doubled off.
That is one of my favorite things that you do, is when we do the side-by-side comparisons, because it really gives you context on the stat. And Buxton is not the only speedster involved in today's contest. Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners, one of the most exciting guys to watch. The young rookie is electric. He's so electric, in fact, that he's on the Bolts leaderboard. So please explain.
He is so electric. I'm so glad you used that word. That is the word to describe him. So he is up there with the 4th most bolts in baseball. So what are bolts? Those are individual runs at least 30 feet per second sprint speed. That is elite speed. And if you look at the names on here, these are guys who come out with that speed in those bursts. And as we're showing right here, it doesn't just help him on the base pass. It's part of what also makes him such an outstanding fielder. This is the guy who hits the ball hard, just like Buxton. He's a little bit off from that barrel rate and sprint speed combo, but he does the same kind of thing. And like Byron Buxton, he's also an outstanding fielder. And the speed is really helping both of them accomplish that.
He's quick with it, and you're quick with the stats. Thanks so much, Sarah, for your time. We appreciate it. We'll see you next week.
Thanks so much for having me.
Time for Picks to Click, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Let's look at some players to get 2+ total bases in today's game. Okay. Erica, who jumps out at you?
Well, I'm going to go with who else but Byron Buxton, because as we told you, the reigning AL Player of the Week has been on an absolute tear lately, but this is what intrigues me most. Most notably, it is his terrific numbers against Marco Gonzalez. 4 for 7 in his career with a double and 3 homers.
Okay, I'm going Ty France.
Oh.
Primarily because I like the plus money on him as well. He's at plus 110. Plus, he has been smoking hot at home in 27 games at home. 390 average, 5th in the AL with a 322 average, and among leaders in hits, WAR, and total bases. So I believe we have some poll results to get to as well.
We do, and we have been waiting for this because, oh my gosh, we thought it would be close. And look at that, but it is Byron Buxton who edges out Julio Rodriguez, 54%. Fans think he is the more exciting player to watch. I think you could argue both. And one thing for sure, we are in for a good one this afternoon in Seattle.
I love watching Byron Buxton, especially when he's healthy. I mean, I don't care what they say about the whole load management thing. It doesn't mean anything to me when he's on the field. He's electric. Scott, yonder, they're standing by with the call of the game. Enjoy the Twins and Mariners, everyone.
our season-long tour was planted in the Midwest for a bit, but now we land in the Pacific Northwest. A little chillier out in the state of Washington for mid-June. Temps in the high 50s, low 60s, daytime action. Two teams very capable of making playoff baseball a reality this season. This is the MLB Game of the Week. Win season a year ago at T-Mobile Park on a Wednesday. Scotty Braun along with the former All-Star Yonder Alonso. Hello to the YouTube audience watching worldwide. By the way, excellent sushi. Have any fish while you've been here?
I went fishing this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, this morning.
Do you have video footage?
Caught a nice
Do you have
salmon.
evidence?
I have evidence.
He has evidence. Teaser, we'll show you later. Let's start with the visiting first place team and Luis. Stud for the Minnesota Twins. This is a guy who leads baseball in batting average and on base percentage. He is a nightmare for opposing pitchers.
Yeah, and look, and I think when you talk about a guy, a leadoff guy, he's always hit. I mean, this guy hit in minors. He had a .330 on base percentage, but right now in baseball, where you see most guys slugging, where you see most guys striking out, he's actually doing the opposite. This guy is getting on base at a high rate. He sees a lot of pitches, and he just doesn't strike out. I love what he's doing. He's made some mechanical adjustments, which we will talk about throughout the game, but look, this is one of the best hitters in all of baseball.
He's A, then there's B, Buxton, and C, Correa. This trio, one of the best in baseball right now, and they all bring a little something different.
Yeah, but you know what I see from all these three guys? They want to win. And when you talk about them, you say, okay, what's so different about them? Well, they all do different things throughout that lineup and throughout the game, but they all are competitors. You know, we talk about Brian Buxton, right?
Yep.
Which all the stuff he's done throughout the year. But we talk about Carlos Correa, where he talks about just winning baseball games all the time. He got off to a slow start. Now he's heating up. But Luis Arraez, he has just been incredible.
They're all in there, too. Buxton's in the lineup again for the Twins. We're pumped. And then on the Seattle side, coming off a big season, it's been a little bit up and down for them so far this year. And I actually haven't been to this ballpark. I've been to Seattle. But two things, among many, that Seattle's known for. Grunge music, which is not really my jam, but we're going to run it. And then coffee. So I'm going to take you to Seattle's best coffee shop, especially because you said you were up early grabbing fish, which is still questionable. We'll find out later what that's all about. But check out the legends. Like, they've seen some studs in this city, like Ichiro, Ken Griffey Jr. There's Randy Johnson, who's pretty close to their newest potential rookie of the year, and Julio Rodriguez. Somewhat of a slow start, but now he has taken off, and he is fast as lightning, too.
Yeah, he has been, and you know, Scott Service, he raved about Julio Rodriguez, right? We thought this guy was going to be a right fielder, so he thought, and now he's probably one of the best center fielders in the game. But what I love most about him, he's 21 years old. He is as polished as it gets for a 21-year-old. He's very coachable. You know what? He's bilingual as well, and what he's done, I love the fact that, you know, he came off with so much pressure, right? This is an AL Rookie of the Year in May. He's did his thing, but he struggled in April, and I think that was a blessing for him because after that, in 41 games, all he's done is hit .290 with 8 bombs and 22 RBIs. But the adjustments that I've been seeing from him is the ability to hit the fastball, and his strikeout rate has been at a low-time high. And I love when you see a young kid, they're going to challenge him with fastball. He has clearly made an adjustment, and he has taken off. I love what he's doing right now on the bases. I love what he's doing on defense. And look, Service even talked about it. This is a big kid. This is a guy who's 6'4", 6'5", 230 pounds running wild, and he is doing it very easy, right? He's a Mike Cameron, he's a Griffey, all put together as a hybrid, just an absolute comp. And when we talk about comp, I mean, this kid is only 21 years old, and the things he's doing right now are like Mike Trout, one of the best players in our game, yet Julio Rodriguez is doing just that. I think Seattle has a very special guy in here, and he's going to be playing in that Mariners uniform for a very long time.
You see what he's on pace for? He would be the only other rookie with 20-plus homers, 40-plus stolen bases, age 21 season or younger. Mike Trout, that's a nice comp.
Yeah, I love everything about him, too. And you know what he does, too? Man, he likes to work. He wants to work every day.
And he's doing it as a rookie.
There's nothing better.
Sky's the limit. We can't wait to watch him. And also, I forgot to tell you, there is more food to add to the table from Seattle's best coffee shop. Brett Dolan, there are some French fries on the side.
Yes, Scott, I may have to pay a visit to the French Quarter a little bit later on. That is the fan club of Ty France, and Ty France might be one of the very best hitters in Major League Baseball. Clearly, he's one of the best that we don't know enough about. His manager, Scott Service, said today he is the most underrated hitter in baseball, former 34th round pick out of San Diego State. It has been a journey. I guess we'll call it the evolution of France. I think our crew has outdone themselves with this. I love the Eiffel Tower. For Ty France, this was a young man who came up first in the organization with the San Diego Padres. You see where he was drafted in that 34th round. They don't have 34 rounds anymore, but involved in a 7-player trade. And since 2021, the All-Star break, he's been fantastic. In fact, even this year, he leads the majors in reaching base with 111 times, leads the majors in multi-hit games, and one of the top again in all of baseball. Now, he did play for Tony Gwynn at San Diego State. What a great individual to learn from. Tomorrow would be the 8th anniversary of when we lost Tony way too soon. In fact, it'll be 8 years since Tony was gone. I know he'd be extremely proud of Ty France as he tries to lead this offense and end this long playoff drought. Scott?
And Ty France is batting second. Brett, the Twins lineup will start us off. We'll look at that lineup, and it's just about first pitch time in the Emerald City on YouTube. In the Emerald City, it's the Mariners hosting the Twins. Rubber match in this 3-game set. And for the season series, even at 3, get hyped.
Put all your money on me. I said you better believe. Can't you see it's gonna be my victory? Now or never, just watch me now. Believe, can't hold me down. Now or never, just watch me now. Believe, I'm coming around. You better believe. You better believe.
Just about ready for first pitch. Things to know for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. If you're joining us for the first time, or if not, hello, welcome again. Streaming live globally on MLB's YouTube channel for free. Tell your friends. 8 games to go during the regular season after this, and over 3.6 million fans subscribing to MLB's YouTube channel. You can get notifications if you click the bell icon for upcoming games. They're all free. And YouTube TV customers get an extra hookup, which includes the 4K for 4K Plus subscribers. Scotty Braun, Yonder Alonso, Brett Dolan downstairs. Byron Buxton getting ready to go against Marco Gonzalez. Crafty lefty. Good way to put it?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I mean, it's going to be a battle.
Especially against the top guy in the lineup, Yonder, who is 4 for 7 career against Marco. That's why he's like, I'm not sitting today.
Yeah, and 3 bombs. So.
And he's player of the week from last week. He is on fire in June. Correa, Urshela, Sanchez. Our eyes a little lower because he's not as effective against left-handed pitching. Jose Miranda gets the start at first base. No Jorge Polanco again in the lineup dealing with some back I think he's going to test the market again.
You know, I don't know. Sometimes guys are just comfortable. Sometimes guys, especially at that caliber, if you're comfortable with where you're at in your surroundings, if you're winning baseball games, if you're in the postseason, you know, what else do you want? But we'll see.
What do I
Battle
want?
tested.
That's a different story. Give me that bag.
Man, you want it all. You want coffee, you want salmon, you want the bag. Uh-oh.
Correa lifts one to left. Haggerty has it. 2 away. Marco Gonzalez. Let's learn more about the veteran left-hander for Seattle. What is that scouting report looking like?
Hey, man, listen, we talked about it. He took care of Buxton right there with that ground ball to third, but he can't beat you, okay? And the reason I say that, 4 for 7, 3 home runs. He is highlighted in that roster. He cannot beat you. Look, the fastball changeup combo needs to be where he wants to go with the 1-2 punch. It's going to be a mix of both, maybe at times pitching behind, and you got to steal quick outs with your cutter, like right there.
Diving stop backhanded from Suarez, gets up and makes the play. Gino, hot hand on D to start.
They're going to need that defense all day long, baby.
Marco Gonzalez pitches to contact, and his defense is prepped and ready. Vacuum action at third. And Gino is batting cleanup in the lineup for the Mariners. We'll introduce you to the hometown team. A 1-2-3 first for Gonzalez. That is 2021 All-Star Adam Frazier leading the way for the Seattle Mariners starting 9. And Scott Service has a group that's 28-34 on the year. Picking up steam, though. They've won 4 of their last 5 series. After France, we highlight Julio Rodriguez, 17 stolen bases. Many of you in the chat talking about him already. He is tops in baseball in that category. The rookie. And then Suarez, who made 2 excellent plays to start off the day. Winker, Moore at shortstop for J.P. Crawford, still dealing with flu-like symptoms. Torrens, Trammell, and Haggerty to round out the lineup card for a Seattle ball club going up against Sonny Gray, who has been fantastic when he's been on the mound this year, coming off an injured list stint. And first pitch has popped up from Frazier, who's calling for it.
Second baseman.
And
all the way.
He's got it. Yes, 1 away. Ty France up next, all-star candidate, and he's our guy today. Mic'd up.
So, yeah, I'm not going to name names because I got a mic on, but hot mic. Hey, when did he get a pause in his name? Rod. Rodriguez.
Listen, I think you get a pause when you're the player of the month, right?
I agree.
It's fair.
Julio Rodriguez, rookie of the month in May, Ty France does some damage, though.
Oh,
Leads
man.
the Mariners in average, RBIs, on base percentage. You know him.
Oh, yeah, man. Seen him through the Padres days in AAA. He can always hit. He loves to go the other way. That's his bread and butter.
And he'll send one into right center. Byron Buxton charging. He's all over it. He's always going to win the track meet.
Wow. And he was playing very deep, but I think the reason he makes that play is that first step. He understands it's going to be a bloop. He got a great read off of that bat. Look how deep he was playing. I mean, he must have gone a good 40 yards to go catch that ball. Once he smells it, about 10 yards away, he knows he's got a beat on it. He's going to make a good catch. And at that point, it's make the catch and protect yourself. What a play.
He flies. Sprint-wise. He gets air, too, on his jumps,
yeah, listen,
right?
we talk about speed. These two center fielders right now, if not one of the two fastest center fielders in our game right now, we talk about Julio Rodriguez and what he's done. It'll be interesting to see what Julio does in this first at-bat and how Sonny is going to attack him. That's a good two-seamer right there. I mean, once you establish that fastball, and knowing Sonny and the way he's always been pitching is he likes to establish that early in games, and after that, go to his secondary. Especially today, he needs quality innings because he's not going to go so deep into the game. So with that being said, he needs quick outs, especially right now in this first.
Almost. He likes to nibble, work the corners. Looking to see where his zone is from home plate ump Adrian Johnson today.
And Adrian at times can get a little big, especially in the corners. Can we see that slider? He's trying to nibble there. See where he's at, especially early on, 2-2. You know, this is the thing about Julio, too, man. He's so polished as a veteran. What it looks like a veteran hitter, yet he's only 21 years old. And he's been hitting the fastball much better as of late, and I think that's going to be the key for him moving forward is establish himself as a fastball hitter, and after that, make adjustments with secondary stuff. But, you know, you look at a guy like this, and there's spot. It's at times they have his eye on him, and he can certainly do it.
And he whiffs. Good off-speed stuff from Sonny Gray, working the full menu in the first. 3 up, 3 down on the Mariners side. And Austin Kleshka in the live game commentary said, watch out, incoming, Buck. That's right, Buxton manning center field. That's trouble. Sanchez, Arraez, and Miranda coming up in the second for the Twins. And just want to let you know, always keeping it real, dealing with a little bit of an audio issue right now. So we hear you. We're working on it. We're with you. We'll get it fixed up real soon. Yonder's on it.
I mean, that's as honest as it gets right there. That's what you're about, Scotty Braun.
It is authenticity, okay? I can take a hit, too. Bring it. Let's run the second inning. Gonzalez. First pitch swinging. Sanchez flies out to center. There's Rodriguez. Wow, we are so spoiled today to have Buxton and Rodriguez as our center fielders to watch.
Man.
I mean, I know Trout's best in the biz for a long time now, but can't think of many others to this caliber. I know George Springer's amazing, but I would say Rodriguez and Buxton have a little more glove-wise than George at this point in his career.
You know what I also like?
What?
Quick outs.
Quick outs, yeah. Good pace. Both of these pitchers, when they get on a roll.
I mean, how about this at bat right here?
We featured him before this game began, rightfully so. We have all-star cases to make too. Voting is open. And with these two teams, I would say the underrated parts start at first base. I know Arise is at second today, but mostly handling first for the Twins. What do you think about his game, his approach at the plate? How different is it from most?
Yeah, it's as Tony Gwynn-esque as it gets. It's a guy like Ichiro, where we talked about earlier today. They were saying how Ichiro has been talking about him and has been talking about his approach. I mean, I just love the ability of recognize pitches, right? It's like he doesn't necessarily chase. He's a guy that likes to stay inside the baseball, where we see most guys, especially left-handers, trying to slug. Not this guy. He is at his best with 2 strikes. And watch this. That's the at-bat right there. I mean, it feels like at times when you got a hitter at 2 strikes, advantage goes to pitcher. Not necessarily to this guy right here, Luis Arraez, a 25-year-old out of San Felipe, Venezuela. He is unbelievable at recognizing breaking balls and recognizing pitches up in the zone.
And fouling off pitches that many others don't.
Yeah, he'll spoil you some good pitches like right there. That was a good 2-seamer in. He's trying to kind of surprise him and jam him, hopefully get a rollover out of him. Not him. He's going to stay inside the baseball. He's going to stay very short to the ball and hopefully use the other side of the field. Bread and butter for him is using the other side of the field. That's why you have to kind of pound him in late in the at-bat.
Fouls off a 2-2. 2-strike hitting. His batting average with 2 strikes is .304. Best in baseball. There it is.
That's
Look how
incredible.
far ahead he is of number 2, which is J.P. Crawford sitting today.
And guys, you know, those are really good 2-strike hitters right there that we see on that board. Most guys are hitting under 220 with 2 strikes. I mean, it is very difficult to survive in this game with 2 strikes. As a hitter, you don't necessarily want to get into 2 strikes.
MLB average with 2 strikes is $160.
Yeah, so it tells you everything that you need to know right there. The at-bat starts with him with 2 strikes. Because you ask guys, well, how are you going to pitch a hitter like that? I'll just throw a fastball right down the middle and see what happens, right? I'd rather not waste 8 pitches on a guy that is used to being better and better with 2 strikes. And the at-bat goes longer. It's more on Ariza's side than it is on Gonzalez.
And then the impact for the lineup, because he's working at bats like this frequently. He's such a tough out. In contact leaders, he's number 2 in baseball. Well documented. It's tough to get him to swing and miss like that. Strikes him out with a changeup top of the zone.
Yeah, and you rarely don't see a changeup on changeup with lefty-lefty, but right there, there's no other way to trick him, right? You've thrown 2 seamers in, you've sped him up, you've thrown some slider, he's laid off of it. Well, let's go with the changeup right there. Although he stayed up on it, it's still a matchup of speed where you're getting that 90, 91 mile an hour 2-seamer in to all of a sudden an 11 or 12 mile difference in that changeup. That can fool anybody right there, and especially a really good hitter like Arraez.
And now a miss to Jose Miranda, but Marco Gonzalez is actually coming off a Friday outing where he allowed a career-high 6 walks, 2 runs in 4 1/3. Didn't give them as much length as usual, had trouble locating, and this is a fly ball pitcher who usually has a tighter strikeout to walk ratio. That's what's ticked up for him this year, and he's handled it. He's had to battle, though, 38 strikeouts to 24 walks. There's the super shift to the left side. Miranda goes for it.
The thing with, you know, you see the shift right there, and you would say, well, why not hit it the other way? Well, it's working off of Gonzalez's approach, right? Where it's a 2-seamer approach down and away, a good changeup, mixing it up. He's also got that cutter. So right now, not only do you expect as a hitter something in, but as well the speed change of a changeup away for you to roll over works with the shift. So if I'm a hitter, I'm looking up, 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 up as my target. Whereas anything down, I would want to try to lay off of it as much as possible, or if not, try to get as jam as you can to hit it to the right side.
He's definitely pitching him tight. Miranda's worked a hitter's count. It's 3-1. Season opener for Marco Gonzalez. His first start of the year was on the 10th of April. Cold, windy day. Gave up 6 runs, just 2 of them earned, and he does walk Miranda.
Yeah.
StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. What are we working with here? A sinker, a changeup, a cutter, a curveball, and just a touch of the 4-seam every once in a while, almost by accident.
And he's fell in love at times with that cutter, and I think they're trying to get him more tunneling with that sinker changeup, Mark, especially down and away, as we don't really necessarily see it there. But that changeup down and away will do a lot of factor and will do a lot of damage, especially to right-handed hitters.
Yeah, he's better against right-handed hitters. It's a trend for him. Extreme reverse platoon splits. And the changeup is the reason why. This is Ryan Jeffers, second-round pick in 2018 by the Twins.
Oh, it's a good pitch right there, that 1-0 changeup. He's going to have to rely on that. He's going to have to rely on pitching backwards at times, and even then, when he's not pitching backwards, command is going to be key. That was absolutely spotted right there with that changeup down and away. Just a good pitch, especially 1-0. 1-1 count, though. He's got to win these. Scotty, how about this weather, huh?
I'll take it.
What a sight.
I mean, it's very comfortable baseball weather. It's a little cooler than I anticipated for mid-June. I think many others in Seattle are saying the same thing. They're like, summer? Hello? You there?
Oh, man, this is great, man.
56, 58 degrees last night for these two matching up. What are we at right now? Maybe like 61?
I had a blanket around here. I mean, I can get it for you. I mean, she's not cold. Look at her.
A little tougher dealing with the conditions in the Pacific Northwest. You're a Miami guy. You're like, where's the 100?
What's that commercial? Built tough.
Built Ford tough. Future sponsor.
There we go.
20th pitch of the inning coming up from Gonzalez, 30th pitch of his day. And that is into a glove. Frazier's got it to end the second. Gonzalez works around a walk. He's faced just 7 so far through his 2 innings, and we'll see his offense get to work in the bottom of the half. Yeah, now it's. Home half of the second with the Mariners sending up 4, 5, and 6. And here's a look at your all-star candidates at first base. This is the top 4, okay, Yonder. 2 of them in this very matchup today. Yeah, there's Vladdy Jr. and Rizzo. They're pretty good. How about Arise and Ty France? and they're actually out OPSing their competition.
Yeah.
And it brings us to our first poll question of the day on YouTube. Anyone can get involved if you're watching, tablet, phone, computer, etc. AL starting first baseman in the All-Star game. There's a candidate. We see him very nicely put together with the hair today, too. Clean cut for Ty France. And then there's Luis Arraez, who's playing second today, but mostly first this year for Minnesota. Also, a live chat has been popping already with people putting in votes, I think before the poll even popped up, saying, hey, let's get Arraez into the All-Star game. And same story for those rooting for Ty France. Like, let's see, Donut Hole said Ty France for first in the All-Star game, 100%.
Well, he definitely deserves it. You know, he's one of those guys, since the All-Star break of last year, he's got the most hits. You know who's the other guy? The guy has been going off in the National League, and Paul Goldschmidt. So this is a guy that definitely deserves it. Great hairdo, by the way. And when you look at Arraez, you can get him in so many different ways, right? You can get him as a third baseman, as a shortstop, as a second baseman, as a DH, as a first baseman. So there's many reasons for Arraez to get in. I think he's definitely going to be a lock. And I think Ty France as well. You know, when you look at a guy of what he's done, I think he deserves it. I think it will be a great story. You know, talk about a guy who's been traded from San Diego to here, and all he's done has taken the most out of his opportunity at first base. So, look, he's certainly a top hitter. You know, this guy almost missed hitting 400 in AAA by 2 points. This guy can hit, man.
Everywhere he has gone, same story.
I remember seeing him in AAA and also in spring training, and I would say, how do you not find a position for this guy? You know, in this day and age where hitting is at a very premium, right? It's very, you don't necessarily see it that much. This
Pitching's
guy,
tough, right?
Yeah, pitching's tough, and we were talking about it with our managers today, and velocity of the game, how nasty guys are. It is tough to get a hit in the big leagues, and these guys are doing it like it's nothing.
Minnesota Twins YouTube channel in the chat going, Luis All-Star-Eyes. Is that the campaign? I'm in. Suarez reaching for one. They have 3 on the left side to take care of him. Arraez gets the job done. 4 up, 4 down so far for Sonny Gray. And your scouting report is the following.
You know, Sonny Gray is very simple with him. He's just got to continue to have that history he's had at T-Mobile Park, 40 innings, a 1.58 ERA. Obviously, a lot of those starts came with the Oakland A's. And look, he's got to pitch at the top of the zone. I think for me, hitters are hitting 122 when he's at the top of the zone. Guys are looking for the ball down in the zone and utilize both curveballs. I know he has a get-me-over curveball. He's got one that's a really good snapper down and in, down and away from right-handers that he likes to use as well. So if he can do all those 3 things, I think he's going to be pretty dominant right there. Like that right there.
Well, that's
a good curveball right there. That's a steal me for a strike right there, where he's able to just say, you know, I'm throwing too many two-seamers. I'm going to throw him that curveball right here to kind of bite him a little bit. And, you know, both of these guys, now they're teammates. They played with each other in Cincinnati, so.
Jesse Winker comes through. Inside out swing and a knock. First hit of the day for the Mariners.
Oh, Jesse Winker wins that battle. Round 1 goes to Jesse.
Former teammates with the Reds. Reds had their fire sale. They shipped Sonny to the Twins, and they shipped Suarez plus Winker over to Seattle before the season got started.
Yeah, and I like what he's doing right there. You know, he leads all American League with 37 walks. He's swinging at the right pitches. You're understanding, you see, man, what's going on? Why is he not swinging it as much? But look, again, it just happens throughout a baseball season. I think if you continue to work, you continue to progress, his numbers will be there.
Dylan Moore getting another start at shortstop today, just like yesterday. J.P. Crawford a late scratch for last night's game. Flu-like symptoms. Still recovering, hydrating.
Yeah, you know, I know in the American League there's not necessarily, well, because of the DH, hit and runs, but this is a guy who's usually in Sonny Gray around the zone. And a guy like Dylan Moore doesn't necessarily strike out. He has pretty good wheels as well. Look for maybe possibly a hit and run early on.
That was chipped and taken care of by the third baseman, Urshela. Crack of the bat for Dylan Moore. He does move Winker over to second.
Get in somebody's kitchen. Oh my goodness.
Get a new one.
That's a heavy two-seamer right there coming at you. Top of the zone like we talked about earlier. There's not much you can do with that.
What you need to do is see if the next bat will help you.
Oh, man.
That one is toast.
What do they say? Go pick me a winner.
That's right.
That one failed.
Luis Torrens, 333 in his last 8 games.
You know, I would grab my bats back then.
Yeah.
You know, long time ago when I played, and I would just grab them all and be like, yeah, no, maybe, good one, feels good in my hands, maybe a winner. Yeah, it's a struggle now. Mental game of a hitter. Oh, that's stealing a strike right there. Good heavy two-seamer. You know, he's been sharp too, right? Sonny's been really good, especially with right-handers. Sinking in that ball and throwing that good curveball.
You can see the big splits. Torrens much better against right-handed pitching. Now, I want to get a scouting report on Sonny Gray from one of his teammates who's been around this game for a while now. Chris Archer is going to join us for the next half inning, so I'll already ask some of our YouTube creators and anyone in the live chat questions for Chris Archer, who is very well spoken.
Yeah, could have been a former teammate of mine at the University of Miami.
I learned that. I would have been calling Chris Archer's college games if he went.
What a squad. This is where Sonny right here likes to work in that with that two-seamer. 2-1, get a good T-seamer, get you know, both of these guys in Correa and Urshela, the left side of that field, make them work a little bit on that ground ball. We've seen tons of ground balls on those two-seamers. Look for him with that 2-1, get a nice two-seamer inside.
Right side, Arise. That's his natural position. He's looking good out there, making a number of plays on the right side already for Sonny Gray. Very efficient, tidy through 2, no score. Good questions coming. Chris Archer has been a steady force in the rotation for the Twins. Last seen on Monday on the mound. 4 innings, no earned runs, 67 pitches, a Twins win on Monday. 3-2, close one. Slider is tight. And it's his first year with Minnesota, and it's his second interview with us, and we saw him about an hour ago, and he joins us right now live on YouTube. Chris, how you doing? Is someone bothering you down there?
I just got hit with a seed in the eye. I think I might have to step away.
Oh, man.
Who's the suspect?
That's the problem when you're like getting interviewed too, huh? You're like, oh, man, who's going to mess with me?
Yeah, and I thought I would be exempt because, you know, I got a decent amount of time, but they're still on me. And that's the beauty of baseball. It's a game. We just out here having fun.
That's funny that he just said that. I was looking at him right now, and I said, man, I remember Archer with the hair, and now he's like clean cut. What was the ouch in your hands?
Yeah, another broken bat, and that one's in Suarez's glove for the first out.
Yes, my hair was getting too long at one point yonder. Like, I was throwing bullpens. It was just like snapping over, hit me in the face. So I was like, you know what? Let me change this up. And a few years ago, just decided to cut it and start new.
Well, it's definitely been working, and I want to talk to you about your, the pitches that you're throwing, the approach that you're getting off the mound this year. Obviously, with that slider, it's become one of your go-to weapons. What has changed for you other than that slider?
I think being around this group of players, Sonny Gray, who's pitching today, he talks about pitching a lot and not just raw stuff, but the actual art and craft of pitching. And we have a great pitching coach here. We have a great analytics department. Just top to bottom, it's a really good place, a really good environment to cultivate your pitching ability. And I've started to move my fastball around more, add and subtract, use my changeup more, make sure my slider stays crisp, and it's just a great environment for me to grow.
It's working for you, and we've got probably about 20 questions already coming in from YouTube creators and fans watching in the live chat, including some locals too. So I'll start there. We'll give the local Twins fans some love. Connor said, what is Chris's go-to food spot in Minneapolis? As a local, I need to know. And I'll combine that with Emma's question. Chris, what's your favorite post-game meal? We'll see if those two can play off of each other. Celestino, gloved by Rodriguez. All right, all you up.
Okay.
Kind of dropped, but the out there first and dropped on the exchange. There's two gone. Of course, we have a quick inning going already, but Chris, yeah, lay us down the menu.
Spoon and Stable is my go-to in Minnesota. I'm looking for that type of restaurant in every single city. Fresh, local, revolving menu. The atmosphere there is really cool. And if you like to have a beverage every now and then, they have a nice cocktail menu. But post-game, I try to keep it clean like you, Bronny. I try to, trying to stay fit, trying to keep it clean. So I'm just going for those fresh ingredients anywhere I can find them.
Organic, farm to table, the whole deal, right? Which Seattle does very well. Let's get one from Andrew. He said, what made you want to play baseball?
I think what makes me love the game of baseball, my first memory is with my dad playing catch in the front yard. And just kind of channeling that youthful, that fun energy every time I grab a baseball and play catch. And remember, I'm playing catch. I'm not working catch. I'm playing catch. But those early memories throwing with my dad is really what made me love the game.
Chris, talk to me a little bit about the guy that's hitting right now. How cool has it been to watch him every day and put up an absolute display?
Yeah, look, we sit here in the dugout every day and talk about how blessed we are to watch this guy and the guy who hits behind him every single night. It's so special. Both of those guys are going to impact the game on both sides of the ball every single night. And it's just, to take the field with them is special, but to sit here in the dugout every single day and just watch what they do, watch how they impact the game, it's unbelievable, man. It's the best pair of players I'll probably ever play with in my career.
Oh, yeah. I just love when you talk to them, too. Everything they talk about is winning. Win, win, win.
Nice pitch from Gonzalez. Changeup's working for him, of course. Quick 1-2-3 inning, but Chris, we appreciate it, man. And we'll have another Twins game. We'll bring you on again.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Chris Archer with us on YouTube as Marco Gonzalez is dealing this afternoon on the Seattle side, mid-3.
What's up, guys? I'm at Pike Place Fish Market. From one first baseman catching baseballs to another, trying to catch a salmon. Come on, kid. TT! TT!
Nailed it. Oh, there's another one coming. No, he's always ready.
I told you I went fishing, man.
Yeah.
Got a salmon.
1 for 1, too. I bet that was team one take. You nailed it.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on.
I mean,
First baseman.
It's a career
Soft
fielding
hands.
percentage of 920. I mean, I can catch a ball. I can catch a salmon coming at me.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up the stats. So good. Getting up nice and early, rise and grind to catch some fish. There's the fielding percentage.
I didn't even know it was 993. Look
993, 960. Get out of here. 993 plus 14 DRS.
Oh man. I mean, hey, that's pretty good right there.
That is not fishy.
Huh.
Taylor Trammell
That
takes
is
ball
not fishy.
2.
I like that. I like that stuff right there.
I love
That's like
that.
that's an all-time low. What was it I said?
Oh,
today?
in the pregame,
Yeah.
you said a low time high.
A low
But I
time
actually
high.
was completely on the same page with what you were talking about. It's a stat that you want to be low.
You know what it is? It's the yonderisms, man.
Yes.
There's too many yonderisms.
Problem is, I know them so well that it's just part of the
Yeah.
vernacular. I assume that everyone knows the yonderisms.
It's it's a YouTube thing.
Yep.
Yonderisms. It happens everywhere.
You can watch back any of the games that we've done before, too. Taylor Trammell pulls one into right.
You got to
base.
dig. Is he spelling 2? He's
He's
spelling it.
now heading for 2 as it's bobbled in right by Kepler.
Oh,
now
he's
the
gotta
ball
keep going.
skips away. Trammell to third. Nice way to start the home third for Seattle. Trammell. There's a little dunk shot into right and then showing off the wheels when there was a little trouble defensively for Minnesota. And this team has been pretty solid on D. We haven't seen much of that from the Twins this year.
Yeah, but with Trammell, that's what happens. I mean, look, you're putting speed on the bases. You're putting a lot of pressure for the defense. If you put pressure, it will break. And he certainly did that right there. Oh, he was running. You can see the athleticism all the way, right? Sonny now, first stressful situation coming up in the bottom of the third, no outs. I'm intrigued how the defense is going to play. They're going to play in. Look for early changeups and two-seamers down and in to surprise Haggerty.
Sonny's done a really nice job of working the edges like that. Really nothing middle from him, but look at Trammell.
Yeah, Sonny got it up in the zone, and then here he goes. It's a good first pitch curveball right there to steal a strike. He's going up the ladder.
Yes, he is. 91. Too high into the attic. Sam Haggerty getting another start. 3 for 11 to begin his year. 4th start of the season. 2nd straight in left field with Dylan Moore moving to shortstop as Crawford sits again today.
He's got to win this 1-1 count.
Right side, Arise. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Back to the fish market, okay?
Catch
50.5% catch probability. Yeah, because 1 out of 2 make the catch first time through. I mean, that was beautiful. Soft hands.
There is some skill to that, guys. You know, the guy told me, hey, a lot of people drop these types of salmon. I need you to catch this 20-pounder. I said, bring it on, baby. I'm ready.
45 miles an hour, but it had late cut to it.
Late cut.
Yeah.
A lot of spin.
Beautifully done.
Also done at 7 in the morning.
I know, and that's the thing. I mean, you are a morning superstar.
Hey.
It's like I'm eating sushi in Seattle at 1 a.m. and yonder hours later is catching salmon for me.
Subtle content on YouTube.
You do it well.
Hello.
Chin music to Adam Frazier.
That's not fun.
We'll see if they can bring home Trammell. Not a power bat here, and infield's playing in.
Certainly a contact guy. I think that's why the Minnesota Twins are playing in right here. He will certainly make contact. He's not so much of a strikeout guy. having a down year right now, but this is a situation you got to cash in if you're the Seattle Mariners. 1-1 count once again. Sonny Gray has been winning these counts.
And if that ball on the ground goes to Carlos Correa, look out. He has a dart for an arm.
He's led all shortstops the past 2 or 3 years in defensive run saves. Reasons for that is because of his cannon at short.
He won a platinum glove last year in the American League.
I wouldn't necessarily want him to continue to throw that sinker or four-seamer, especially at the top of the zone. I think he's seen too many already in Frazier. He's got a good slider. He's got a good changeup. He doesn't throw the changeup as much. They're going to try to go in and again one more time. He was late. Sonny is spotting up in the zone like we talked about early on. Sonny, when I faced him and when he came up in Oakland, as we see that fastball up in the zone, he was a guy who really relied on two-seamers down in the zone and that slider. He's created now this four-seamer up in the zone like most heavy pitchers are with a good curveball. And if he's going to that all the time, it's very hard to hit, especially a guy who's not 6'8". He kind of hides the ball well. They might go up and in again.
Contact, but this is not going to bring the runner home.
Man, those are just well-located pitches. First restful situation for Sonny Gray right now. And he has certainly delivered so far. Big at bat right here by France.
So leadoff man to third. Then ground ball out, pop out. And the toughest customer in the lineup.
Scotty, that's what former aces do, right?
Yep.
Guys that know how to get in trouble and get out of trouble in certain situations, especially right now in this third inning. You got to bail your teammates out.
And this is the ace for the Twins as France fouls off the first pitch. It's that fastball up in the zone. I mean, game one in a playoff series, it's probably Sonny Gray. And Joe Ryan, who just returned yesterday from the COVID IL, making a strong case as well. But Sonny has dirt in his cleats and a nice postseason resume.
He's basically replacing Berrios.
Yep.
Who they replaced, who he was with them last year as their ace. This is a guy who they expect many, many big things from him.
A ball and a strike to France.
France took that pitch. He was looking for something up and in. Certainly the way he took that pitch, I'm intrigued if Sonny can see that and maybe execute something down and away right here.
Ty won the vote. Finishing up our first poll question, AL starting first baseman in the All-Star game, France over Arraez.
Got away with one right there, Sonny. Boy, this France can stay on a breaking ball, huh? On a bad breaking ball, too. He can slug him with the best. Oh.
Yeah, there's a book on most hitters, like here's how you get this player out.
Not with Ty.
Nope.
He can adjust on anything.
1-2.
That's what we see with Ty France and his ability to continue these long streaks of really hitting balls hard consistently. His ability to control the strike zone. I mean, you rarely see a guy swinging at a pitch out of the strike zone. Obviously it happens, but he's a guy that stays relatively consistent at swinging at the right pitches. If there's a window where you want to get somebody out with Ty, it will probably be up the ladder.
Runs a full count. France yesterday cracked his 10th home run of the season. Power numbers are up for him this year. It was a 2-run smack. Pulled one to left center field off of Joe Ryan. Actually knocked him out of the game in the 5th. Last year, 18 home runs for France. He's already at double digits. We're not, what, about a third into the season in that range? And I think what you'll see both from France and Arise, as they both are featured this afternoon, great hitters, foul off, tough pitches.
Yeah. You know what also great hitters do too? They come in on them and they get hit by pitches. There's already 14 hit by pitches today.
He's the best in the biz.
Oh man, he can get hit. But he's on top of the plate. You know, he's such on top of the plate when we look at his right foot where he stands on the plate. He really likes the ball middle in. That's why most teams try to stay away from him and throw him sliders down and away. But I certainly think a good two-seamer in will probably pay dividends. So it'll be interesting to see where this 3-2, because he's thrown him a lot of sliders down and away. He's thrown some sinkers up. A good Sonny Gray's best two-seamer down and away. He's trying to freeze him right now as we see Sonny walk around the mound. But if you get, that's a great angle right there. If you guys can get it, where he stands on the box as soon as he gets in the box. All right, here we go. Look how on top of the plate he is. I mean, he is on the chalk wanting you to throw in on me. And when I see something like that as a pitcher, you want to run away from that. Whereas if I'm a catcher, I'm seeing that and I want to go in right there. Let's go in and give me your best two-seamer right here. Oh, that's a good
Got him.
That's beautiful.
What a display from Sonny Gray to finish up the third. Untouched. Beautifully placed. So leadoff hit for Trammell. Kepler's error moved him all the way to third, and he's stranded there. What an exclamation point. That's bullseye. That is perfect placement from Sonny Gray.
Yeah, we talk about that two-seamer where you want to shy away, but man, that was Sonny Gray's best two-seamer right there of the day.
Yeah, 3 consecutive outs after the leadoff man gets to third, and that's why we still are scoreless with 3 in the books in Seattle. We're opening up the 4th inning at T-Mobile Park. 0 so far. What a pitch from Sonny Gray to escape the bottom of the 3rd. And now Carlos Correa, you hear the boos, starting off this 4th inning. 2, 3, and 4 for Minnesota. Correa, Urshela, and Sanchez due up.
Was it Reggie Jackson who said they don't boo bad players? Yeah.
Yeah, they are taking notice here. Correa just 2 for 16 in his career against Marco Gonzalez, but he is on a heater lately. 2 for 4 yesterday, multi-hit games in 4 of his last 5. He's 11 for his last 23 in a 6-game span entering today. Flew out to left, first time through.
This is a great situation. You know, he was the first overall pick in the 2012 draft. You know who was that next guy?
I do.
The guy that's playing center field, Byron Buxton.
That's right.
It's a pretty good 1-2 combo, huh?
And they made friends day 1 when Carlos stepped foot in Fort Myers, Florida at Twins camp. They have complemented each other well in the clubhouse. That is golfed. Haggerty.
And that was a really good changeup right there from Marco Gonzalez, 2-1, especially on a hitter's count. It is very well located, and you can see you just fall right underneath that barrel. That barrel completely drops because you're expecting a fastball. It looks like a fastball, and right at the last second, full completely, hitting it off the end of the bat. Just a really good pitch right there. And he's had really good control today off that changeup. And we talked about it early on. How was that changeup going to be controlled-wise? Man, he's certainly thrown some beautiful changeups today.
He's using it early and often. It's a field pitch. I mean, he's felt it basically since birth.
Yeah,
I'm serious. I mean,
yeah.
A few years ago, I remember, and I wrote down the quote. When asked about the changeup, he said, "It is just as natural as walking."
Man.
That's confidence in a pitch that it takes many, many years to develop, and some never do, and then they end up in the bullpen.
I wish it felt like that for me when I was hitting. I feel as good as just walking when I hit. It's a nightmare to swing a baseball bat.
Yeah, but when you connected,
it
went a long way. Urshela didn't get all of that one, but it dribbles up the middle for a base knock. First hit of the day for Minnesota comes in the fourth.
Yeah, I think too many changes right there, but stayed on it.
Hey, one trend with these two, some postseason sorrow for the Twins. They've lost 18 straight postseason games, many of them against the Yankees. That's an MLB record. And for the M's, it's been a couple decades since the playoffs. Again, just keeping it real with you on YouTube. We love watching them both this year, but the poll question, which team's postseason drought will end first? Will the Twins win a playoff game, or will the Mariners make the postseason? What happens faster?
Wow, can I, somebody give me a quarter. Let me flip this, puppy. It's such a tough question. I think both teams here have the ability to get into the postseason. I think when you look at this rosters, they both have the ability to get in. They play really good defense. They got really good hitters. Pitching and bullpen is probably the one concern where both teams want to probably update on. But again, these guys are playing really good baseball, especially a team like Minnesota. When you look at this roster, these are guys that they've been in the postseason. Now, when you look at a team like Seattle, if it wasn't for the change of rosters in the playoffs, they would have been in the playoffs pretty much 4 years straight.
Yeah, there would have been a number of years that if we had the amount of playoff teams that we do today, they would have been a third wild card at least. 2002, 2003, 2007, 2014. There you go, 13 of 18 losses to the Yanks. They're like, can we just not face the Yankees in the first round, please? I'm going to say Twins just because they're leading the division right now. And yeah, I think they're going to win the division. And if they do, they'll have a nice fresh set of a playoff series to at least take a game. I'm going to bank on that happening.
Yeah, and I talked to a couple of the players in that locker room, and they talked about what's needed. And some of the players were like, man, a guy like Luis Castillo for the Reds will be a great addition to the starting rotation.
Pulled.
Turn it.
There's one. Easy two.
Big league
double up there,
right
Sanchez.
Just what the doctor ordered.
54 pitches through 4 innings for Marco Gonzalez. Big bounce back start for him. This is exactly what you want. Suarez, Frazier, France. Let's hit the bottom of the fourth. back American League for the Toronto Blue Jays, signed up to a 5-year deal with Seattle, and actually last seen on Sunday against Boston, 7 shutout innings, 3 hits, 4 strikeouts. Joining us live on YouTube right now from the dugout, Robbie Ray. Robbie, good afternoon. Great to talk to you. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Doing well. We're getting to sit here and watch a little pitcher's duel.
I'll take it, right? Comfortable day to watch a ball game. We're showing your line from Sunday against the Red Sox, a Red Sox team that's playing pretty well lately, and so is your squad, winning 4 of their last 5 series. Let's actually start with your analysis of Marco Gonzalez so far today. The changeup, he's feeling it.
Yeah, the changeup is elite. I mean, they asked me which pitch out of any of our pitchers' repertoire I would take, and I said his changeup for sure.
Yeah, it's nasty, that's for sure. Robbie, I want to take you to your last start there with Boston, man. What was working for you? Because it was sharp and it was disgusting.
Yeah, I think adding that 2-seam in has helped me open up the whole plate. It's kind of given me a weapon to use on the other side of the plate, and just made my 4-seam a little more effective in.
We're going to open up questioning from the YouTube creators and fans watching right now. Rodriguez can fly to first, but he's no match for Carlos Correa's arm. 1 down in the home 4th. So I've been meaning to ask you this one because I was a basketball player in high school. Robbie, I read that you fouled out in all but 1 of your high school basketball games. That was me.
Question,
I was that guy taking
question.
charges. I fouled out in half the games, and my coach hated it. And I was like, dude, I'm the punisher. Leave me alone.
Yeah, my coaches loved it. They loved the aggression. I very rarely touch the ball. but if there was a loose ball, I was on the floor.
Oh man, that's great.
I love that. I'm all about it. I was doing the same thing. Did you take some charges too?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Took some charges that ended up as blocks too. That was pretty upset about.
Well, did they catch on eventually? So what happened to me, Robbie, at one point was apparently one ref told me, he's like, I know your deal. Like, you're taking 2-3 charges a game. Like, I'm watching you. And so they started calling more blocks than charges. Like, did you have a rep like that?
You know, you're looking back at it, maybe, but I was never made aware of it. So that would have been nice.
All right, let's bring in some questions from some very anxious askers in the chat right now. Life and sports talk with Jake. Robbie, what's your favorite thing to do in Seattle? I know you're new here, but anything you're doing on an off day or before you get to the ballpark?
Yeah, I think the Pikes Place Market is really cool. I took my kids down there. We walked around, saw them, tossing fish around. That it's kind of a cool atmosphere down there, and you get a little bit of everything too.
Yonder was there this morning.
Yeah, caught a salmon.
I saw that.
Yeah. Robbie, I want to ask you about your time with the D-backs and your relationship with Randy Johnson. Can you talk a little bit about more of the mental stuff that you guys would get into?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about pitching every game like it's your last. Like you never know when your last pitch is going to be. So putting the effort and purpose behind every single pitch, like it is going to be your last pitch. And he kind of helped me with that. And then the bulldog mentality of just going after hitters, knowing that your stuff is really good. And you just got to trust it.
Oh, it's good, man. I remember, Scotty, I remember facing him with the D-backs, and I was like, oh my goodness, it is a roller coaster, man. It was not fun, man. But I want to ask you one more thing for me, and it's like the analytical stuff, right? How nowadays most guys are so analytical, and every time they're done pitching, they want to see what's working and what's not. Have you made some adjustments with that, or are you an analytical guy as well?
I try not to get too analytical about things. I feel like you can kind of look at too many numbers and kind of get bogged down by almost pitching to the numbers. And for me, I feel like I know when things are feeling right, and if I can have someone just tell me, that your release point, your extension, everything is right where it needs to be, then I'm good. I don't really need to know the numbers.
Yeah.
I just need confirmation like everything is where it's supposed to be.
So you're more of a, I guess, old school with a little new school at times.
Yeah, a little bit of mix.
Yeah.
For sure.
I like that.
Old school was the mustache. Andy Rulo just asked, Robbie, why'd you get rid of the stash?
I can grow facial hair pretty quickly, so give me 2 weeks and it'll be back.
Ooh, teaser. I like it. As Suarez strikes out, he's 0 for 2 today. We'll run it back from Sonny Gray and give you another question from the YouTube crowd. Sports Sensation 35. What did it mean to you to win the AL Cy Young?
Man, it was a huge honor, to go through the process and you know, to hear them on the broadcast calling my name as the Cy Young winner, and you know, seeing the excitement in my oldest son too, I think that was really cool too. So, you know, overall it was just a really fun day.
Oh, watch the
pitch
lips.
up the middle, laser.
That's
Jesse
two.
Winker locked in today.
Yeah, round 2 again. Goes to Mr. Winker. Hey, how much fun has it been watching Julio Rodriguez and Ty France?
I tell you what, those two guys are something special. I joke around with Ty all the time. His numbers off of me are the reason that I came to Seattle. And I mean, Julio, he's got every single tool, man. You don't really realize it because he's such a big guy, but he floats around the bases, and he makes, you know, plays in the outfield that shouldn't be routine. He makes them look routine, and you know, it's really fun to watch him.
Whoa, you weren't kidding. 7 for 13, Ty France against Robbie Ray. What? Did you give him flack when you joined the squad and said, thanks, man, I'm going to come here so you leave me alone?
I did, yeah.
Well, we're pumping his case to try and get him to the All-Star game. Him and Luis Arraez on the Twins side, both just fantastic what they're doing at the plate. Let's get one in here from Hall of Fame baseball cards. Robbie, what kind of music gets you pumped up to pitch? Do you listen to something in particular, certain song, genre?
You know, I kind of just listen to whatever's going in the clubhouse. I don't really have a music routine pregame. Or, you know, I feel like we play a pretty good mix of music in the clubhouse, and
yeah, you let some of the young guys handle that, maybe?
Yeah.
DJs?
I like that.
I like it. Hey, Robbie, always a pleasure. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of this one.
Great
We'll talk
stuff,
soon,
man.
okay?
Stay healthy.
Thanks for having me.
Good stuff. Dylan Moore bouncing out, and another nice inning from Sonny Gray. The duel is on in Seattle. By Google Cloud. Look at how many hits he has collected from pitches outside of the strike zone. Kind of a specialty for him.
Yeah.
Tied for best in baseball in that category. Thank you, StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. And he sprays the baseball all over the ballpark.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, when you look at him and you look at his numbers, the ability to take the walks versus the strikeout, I mean, this is as good as a hitter. And a guy that it kind of reminds me of is a guy like Juan Soto, guy who doesn't strike out as much, actually walks more than strikes out. Man, he can absolutely hit the baseball at a very high rate, at 92%. So if he's swinging, more than not, he's making contact.
Yes, he is. Let's bring in Brett for more on Luis Arraez.
Well, guys, I thought Rocco Baldelli had a great line today when he said Arraez is better at what he does than the pitchers are at what they do. And think about how tough that is in baseball. And a soft line out to short. Then again, a week ago, Rocco said, this guy's always on fire, and that's not normal. And it's not normal to see him 0-2 so far today. But the Twins have 11 batting titles in their franchise history. I think he's got a great shot to be number 12.
No doubt about it. Entered the day 354 with the batting average, 436 on base. The 25-year-old, he is a machine, and Rocco Baldelli loves him. He is much better against right-handed pitching, and that's a first pitch from Jose Miranda with a nice ride to right, but caught by Trammell backing up towards the wall.
I'll tell you what, man, there's nothing better than watching a left-hander in the outfield go after balls with their backside. And reason I say that is that first step, he gets squared up with his right leg, and as we see a two-seamer there down and away, he put a good swing on it, good charge, but that first step from Trammell, oh, that's a simple swing, simple approach. Man, he made that look so much easier than what it was. Oh, basket catch. That's a good outfielder right there, who can run. Oh, talking to managers for both of these teams, there's a lot of good athletes out there in the outfield. Jervis was saying how Trammell could be just a safety right now in the NFL if he wanted to.
Same with Rodriguez. Julio's got that football build. So does Buxton. And these are teams rich with outfield athleticism. You're right. I mean, Gilberto, get it right, Celestino also has played a nice center field when Buxton hasn't. And that is dropped into left, and that should be 2 for Ryan Jeffers. 2 out, 2 bags for the Twins catcher.
Yeah, former second-round pick right there. Could have been a little baby cutter inside. He turned on it, stayed right through that baseball, stayed really short. Simplicity was at the key right there for him. Not trying to do too much, just see the baseball and then react. Absolute rockets, left field.
They're seeing him better. Miranda with the fly out to right was 100 miles an hour off the bat. I'll get you the exit velo on that one in a sec. 6th double of the season for Jeffers. That was 99. Now Kepler.
Yeah, this is where Marco Gonzalez needs to start making an adjustment, right? This is the second time around. Could we see more of the cutter slider combo and two-seamers inside? We shall find out.
Right side in France's glove. 2 gone. Or make that 3 down in the 5th. Arise, Miranda, and Kepler. Creator Spotlight time all season long. YouTube content creator featured in the live game commentary section. Let's say hello to La Vida Baseball, Jennifer Mercedes, a channel that she holds that celebrates Latino culture and its passion for baseball in English, Espanol, and the universal language of baseball. Close to 4,500 subscribers, close to 1.5 million views. She's in the chat today. Hello, Jennifer. We appreciate everything you're doing on YouTube.
Jennifer's great. Done some interviews with her in La Vida Baseball. Covers everything. Very bright, very good channel.
Great content.
Absolutely.
And some really good interviews with baseball stars on there.
I'll probably watch that channel every day.
Yeah. Postseason drought. Which one's going to end first? Twins with the streak. Mariners with the playoff list baseball in 20 years, and the crowd going with the Twins. I just think with where Minnesota's at.
The division.
Yeah, in the division.
Yeah.
I think Seattle is certainly capable of grabbing one of those wild card spots if they can't catch up to Houston. And the Astros are, again, a powerhouse. That's ripped right to Urshela. First out in the home fifth.
Good hitters lined up.
Yeah, you'll take that all day. Now Trammell, who homered on Monday, his second of the season. That made it a one-run game. They fell 3-2 on Monday, but a 5-0 dub for the M's. Their third shutout victory of the year yesterday, and then Trammell contributing the double back in the third.
Surprise bunt. Wouldn't necessarily mind it. Although Sonny Gray is such a good athlete. Times you see that shift right there. A push bunt will be ideal to the right side. Necessarily don't want to do a push bunt on a right-hander, but if you can get it somewhere in that infield by second base cut, that's the ideal push. Although you have so many holes right now, with obviously the left side open, you see Urshela right there, kind of at the cut, maybe thinking as well of the bunt. But Sonny has been very, very sharp. He's winning the 1-1 counts. He's going right after hitters with his two-seamer. He's mixing it up with his breaking balls at times. He's been pretty good.
This will probably be the last frame for Gray, just based on the fact that he is working back from a few weeks off the mound.
He's at 62 pitches right now. I think the limit would probably be 70.
I mean, he hadn't pitched since May 29th, a right pectoral strain.
That
it was
bullpen
his
is
second
quiet.
injured list trip. It is. It sounded, we didn't get an exact number because they're just going to fill things out. It sounded like 80-ish was the pitch count for him. But of course, you know Sonny. He's going to try and talk his way into more.
Sonny will talk his way into anything.
He didn't want to leave that out when he was hurt.
Sonny talked to me into taking a whole team dinner once.
Trammell to center, and Buxton finds it.
We're on a bus. We're on a road trip. I think it was Houston and the boys. You know, we had won a couple games in a row. And Sonny's like, man, the team's feeling good. Let's do a team dinner. Come on, you're the veteran. Call it out. Let's do a team. I'm like, Sonny, man, come on, man. I don't necessarily want to do that. I want to kind of get my rest. Sonny talked to a whole flight in my ear about doing a team dinner. Guess what we did at the end of that flight?
A big team dinner.
A big team dinner.
And I know you did it big.
Sonny Gray will definitely get you going. And next thing you know, you're set up in a 20-man deep team dinner.
So he's a smooth talker.
Oh, yeah.
And he's persistent.
Well, let's call him Pickles. He's amazing. Great teammate, great competitor. Works very hard, engaged with everybody, wants to help everybody out.
Haggerty pops that one up. I mean, look at this inning for Sonny Gray. Correa circling around. 3 up, 3 down in the fifth. He might have one more in him. They were like, man, if we can get 5 good innings out of Sonny coming off the injured list, that's 5 shutout frames for Gray. Your favorite free MLB games, play Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Watch baseball live or on demand on your favorite supported devices. Save 50% now through Father's Day. Visit MLB.tv for details. Nothing yet from either side. Going with the under in Seattle. This is my first trip to this ballpark. Only a few left to scratch off the list, Yonder.
It's pretty good.
What are you eating right now?
One of these little, what is it?
Oh, like the
voice things you give me?
Oh yeah, the
for
little
games, yeah.
lozenges. Yes.
Yeah, you know.
I only ask that, not trying to put you on the spot. I ask that because we have a very relevant poll question coming up after this batter, who is Gilberto Celestino in the 9-hole.
Got to take care of my voice.
It's immaculate.
Yeah, thanks.
I know you do the warm-ups every morning.
Unique New York.
It's been your second home lately too.
Unique New York.
You're on a heater right now.
Oh, 1-1 here coming in. Oh, that's a good pitch right there, Adrian. Good call, Adrian.
What a day so far for Marco Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's been sharp, huh?
Yeah.
It's just been the old fastball changeup combo. As we see another one right there. He hasn't really tricked that many guys with breaking ball stuff. Times he falls in love with that cutter up in the zone, but today has been old school Tom Glavine-ish. Fastball changeup, commanding everything that he wants to throw.
Spinner to right. Trammell is there. So let's flash back. Last week, Yonder sampling the KC barbecue.
that was delicious, man.
I'm like your sous chef.
Yeah, you're Kansas City, man. You gotta try some barbecue, right?
And then remember, we blinked. We did that one blink of the eyes, and Brett suddenly appeared behind us. He's like, "I got you, cleanup hitter."
Brett came up.
Clean up this mess.
Brett smelled that food, and he came up so fast. I couldn't believe it.
Let's see if he gets here just as quickly for this poll question, which will reappear. And it is live right now. Should Yonder and Brett, I like how they leave me out of the food stuff, rightfully so with my million allergies. Should you two have to eat grasshoppers? See?
Man,
no.
I'll do anything for you two, man. Come on, Brett. Let's go, baby.
No.
Now, this is rigged from the beginning because there's only 2 options on voting. I'm sure they're going to say bon appetit. Have at it, Yonder. Go ahead.
Brett, it's for content, man. YouTube, baby. This would be amazing. I would love to see. He got here so fast when that barbecue came. Yeah. And now the grasshopper, I mean, we're going to be grasshopping our way through this whole game. It's going to be amazing.
You know, Brett's quick. He might exit T-Mobile Park just as quickly if that poll question goes the way that we think it's going to go.
Ouch.
Brett, do you know anything about the grasshoppers, or can you collect some information for Yonder so he knows what he's working with here? It's the specialty here at T-Mobile.
It is. That feels like an exhaustive survey, and you know, there's a lot of great food options here in Seattle. I don't know why the grasshopper would be the one to come to mind to sample beyond everything else.
You know, they call it Miles Nicholas, who almost threw a no-hitter yesterday, the lizard king.
Oh, Miles Michaelis, lizard king. Yeah, he ate a lizard. Yep. He doesn't love to talk about it anymore, but it is a famous clip.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I did it. I'd like to be known for other things.
Yeah.
Bit off. Yeah, that's
grasshopper. I'm intrigued. It's a crazy thing about being a player. You go to all these cool stadiums, but you never get to experience.
Up, quick bobble from Suarez. The throw, though, is money to get Buxton.
Oh, that's a good play right there. Good heads up. Didn't panic that much. Little bobble, but I've always liked Suarez at third base. I think that's been his position when they try to force him in shortstop with the Cincinnati Reds. He's a fairly good third baseman with a really good arm, and we understand the power that he brings to the table as well. There's zero panic right there. Whoop. Boom, rocket.
You read my mind. I put in my notes when I was watching last night and thinking about Suarez, and hearing the Mariners broadcasters talk about how smooth Suarez generally has been at the hot corner this year. Here's Correa fouling off the first pitch. Trying him at shortstop last year. I know he showed up to camp for the Reds last year, thinner, and they were like, hey, he's moving well. Let's try him at short. We have a million third basemen, and we don't know what to do with everyone. It just didn't seem like the right fit for a number of reasons. It hurt them on defense. It hurt him at the plate.
Yeah.
He looks much more like himself this year. Correa with a shot to left. It is pulled foul. Hey, Ty France is mic'd up today. Ty, your thoughts?
Wow! Make me like Gino. That was cool. That was really cool.
That was great.
Quality over quantity guy, right? Like
Yeah.
he's not going to talk to you the whole game, but make me like Gino. Pretty good too, Ty. A ball and 2 strikes to Correa, who is 0 for 2. He's flown out to left in his first 2 trips.
Yeah, it's interesting. These Minnesota Twins hitters, they're trying to be as aggressive as possible early in counts with Marco Gonzalez, and Marco is making those quality pitches that he needs to steal strikes.
Two outs in the 6th. He's at 76 pitches.
Yeah, he's moved his feet a couple times. Could he surprise him with something off speed here, down and away, or something? Yeah, it was set up for that. That's why you move somebody's feet early on. Throw him those sliders to move his feet. You go up and in on him.
Uh-oh. Already?
Uh-oh.
How many grasshoppers did they give you, Brett?
Looks like 1,000 in this little bucket right here. I mean, what did I get myself into? I mean, barbecue was one thing. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that is.
This is great.
A little bit more of a challenge than the smooth barbecue in KC. More protein, I think, probably packed into that little cup you've got there, though, Brett. And it's good for the pre-workout.
This is great.
I mean,
he's like, oh, God.
Scorched foul off the bat of Correa. I've been told, what, they give you 6-ish, 7 grasshoppers per serving, per cup? Are we going to get one up to Yonder at some point, too?
God.
I mean, Yonder's a gamer. He'll
Brett,
do it.
Brett's filling in. Here we go.
Toasted grasshoppers, seasoned
Here
with
we go.
lime, chili flavoring, and sea salt. What's the verdict?
that is horrendous. The things I do to be a team player, that's at the top of the list right there. I'll save it for you.
Wow.
Crunchy. Ooh.
Popped up to center, Rodriguez.
And that is quality pitching right there.
That's it for the 6th, and many in the live chat, like Will, going high in protein. We didn't even finish up the poll question yet. Brett's like, I know I lost. I'll take the hit. True trooper. Hey, I've been mentioning it all day as we do every week on YouTube, but let's make it official. Live game commentary section, and if you're a MLB YouTube channel subscriber, you can join the creators, the MLB Twins and Mariners channel, and get involved. Questions for our guests, comments, questions for Yonder. We'll show some of them post-game as well. In-depth thoughts, anywhere you want to go. Join us, hang out with us. I like to mix in as many as possible. It's like you're the third member of our booth up here. Griffin Jax taking over for Sonny Gray, who was fantastic in his 5 innings, and you're probably wondering, wait, Sonny Gray only 64 pitches? Yeah, his first start off the injured list, his first time pitching in the month of June. This was the plan for him to go 5 max. Yeah. And now Griffin Jax, who's been money out of the bullpen for Minnesota.
Griffin Jax, the captain out of the Air Force Academy. Struggled as a starter last season, but he's been very solid as a bullpen guy. 30 innings pitched, a 2.67 ERA, 10 Ks through 9.
Top of the lineup card for Seattle, and it's Adam Frazier taking 94 for a strike up in the zone.
That's who he's going to be. He's going to be 94, 95 with a pretty good usage of sliders, and at times a changeup to the lefties. Great story, though. Get over.
Miranda.
Jax became the first Air Force Academy graduate to appear in an MLB game.
That's awesome.
How about that? You seen Top Gun?
Not yet.
Oh, great movie.
It's good, yeah.
Great movie. Young Rooster. Great stuff. Great stuff.
I know none of the references. I didn't see the old one. I got nothing for you.
Yeah. You should go see it. I know you got a busy schedule, but it's a great work. I think, you know, it's funny. Classics become better as they go, but this is a spot-on classic right away.
Instant classic for you.
Oh yeah, for me, yeah. Another Yonderism.
That should twist into the seats, and it does.
Yeah, you got to jump on this guy. The first fastball you see, you got to go. You're Ty France. You don't want to get to that slider. That slider is pretty good. He likes the slider too. He falls in love with it at times.
Last outing for Griffin Jax, the 27-year-old, was game 1 of this series Monday. A scoreless inning, a clean inning, and a strikeout. Wow. Ty France does not get fooled like that often. I mean, that's not where he was trying to place the slider, but sometimes it's a very effective pitch.
The cement slider, you don't really work on those, but when you get those, it's really hard to hit as a hitter.
His slider usage is up big this year.
Oh, that's a good slider.
Wow. Yeah, he went around. Ty France down on 3 pitches. Everyone's looking around like, wait, did Ty France just strike out? Like, it's complimenting Ty France for how good he is. He just doesn't look fooled like this very often.
Yep, he went. Yeah, that's a tough slider right there. It just looks like a fastball drops right out of the table, right at the last second. So if you're a hitter, I mean, you're sitting dead red heater. If you get that heater, it's a must go. Even if it's a little bit off the plate, you still got to go get it. You don't want to get to that secondary stuff again. As we're talking about with Griffin Jax, it is filthy stuff when it comes to the slider.
He is working that pitch. And that's part of the transition where you need multiple pitches in the arsenal as a starter. And then as a reliever, it's like, dude, if you've got good bite on the slider, just keep pumping it.
Well, it starts with the fastball, too. I mean, let's respect the fastball as well, which is 95, 96 miles an hour. I mean, it is as sharp as it gets. And the reason you have that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball, you don't necessarily need to be so perfect with that slider. If you're just a hair off, it's still a very unhittable pitch.
You know what also must be tough? Batting while the roof is closing and the lighting changes at T-Mobile Park.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that there is some weather on its way.
What a beautiful stadium, ain't it? Got all this thing going on. There's a baseball game going on. The roof is getting closed. It's a whole show.
There's a lot happening.
One of the first stadiums to have LED lights put up in the big leagues. just a great venue.
I think if you're Julio Rodriguez, you have to think about swinging here because Griffin Jax is not messing around, not looking to bury a pitch right now. Everything has been in the zone.
I might go up and in on him right here. Heads up.
Just missed with his heat.
Trying to surprise him after throwing him a couple sliders, trying to go up the ladder on him. You know, he's been very good at hitting fastballs, especially this month. And one of the things about Julio too, he obviously we understand he's in a pickle right now, but he hasn't been striking out as much. He's been a lot better, lowering that rate down a good 15 to 20% from 37% to 27%. That's always been the thing by Julio, is the swing and miss, but certainly right now he's adjusting. And when I love watching him too is his ability to go to right center. I mean, he is as good as it gets, letting the ball travel and taking it the other way. That's why at times you want to come in on him.
Got him. Wow. 2 strikeouts, 3 batters faced. Toast. Griffin Jax in the 6th. Twins bullpen ready to roll. Park, it is on its way to being closed, and Brett is on his way out of the ballpark after devouring some local grasshoppers. See, that's nice of Brett. He doesn't always share, but when you have, what, 20 toasted, crunchy grasshoppers in your hands like this, oh, wow.
You got to show that.
Let's see how close.
I mean, you got to see that. That's a live grasshopper.
Don't eat them yet. Let's pay off the poll first, okay?
17% of people.
That's what we're working with right there.
Oh.
From Edgar's Cantina. First pitch, going to be a tough
what a
play on the move. Moore got him. Dylan Moore doing his best J.P. Crawford impression today.
Urshela's been robbed twice today.
Yes, he has.
Great play right there. Oh, man. Using the field as your friend with Moore. Understand it's going to be a tight play, but love the one hoppers by the infield to give a chance to your first baseman, Ty France. Oh, man, what a play all around.
Yeah, nice job by France on the hop. Dylan Moore, super versatile, great athlete. Perfect role player for a team like this.
Yep.
Marco Gonzalez is loving it. Excellent defense behind him so far today.
Wonder why he's had so much success today, not only with his arsenal and the way he's going about this Minnesota Twins hitters, but the defense has played really well. Suarez has made some diving stops. Moore has played great. Obviously, Ty France with a couple scoops today. Got to play good defense when. Uh-oh.
Sanchez, blooper, got it.
The shift killer.
Probably a good 42 miles an hour off the bat, and Gary Sanchez is aboard for the first time today as it gets much darker suddenly inside.
Not much you can do with that right there. That's executed, located by Marco Gonzalez. Need to be lucky at times as a hitter, too.
Austin in the live chat said the engineering of T-Mobile Park is so cool. I agree, because you know, some parks with the retractable roof, they still have like the glass behind. This is open air, so you still get a nice view beyond, especially left field.
I want to say, how long do you think that takes? About 8 to 12 minutes to close?
Yeah, I'd say about
closer to 12 minutes.
Yeah,
12, 13
10
minutes.
to 12.
Something around there. I mean, it's still going.
It is still going. Just about done. Thank you, Roof, for keeping us safe from the precipitation. Marco Gonzalez, 85 pitches into his day. 1 on, 1 out in the 7th. And of course, they're going to leave him in for a rise. I mean, I've spoken about it a couple times already. Luis Arraez is hitting $1 billion against right-handed pitching. That's really the one note in the book. If you want to get him, southpaws. This time, 4-pitch walk. He's on base for the first time today. Now 2 on.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily mind a mound visit right here. Kind of calm him down a little bit. They're going to let him go, or Scott going to make that move?
Here comes Scott Service. It's a little extra time to get a man warming up. All right, let's do this. Paul Sewald time. With 1 out and 2 on in the 7th. No score. Marco Gonzalez trying to talk his way. Into staying. Marco Gonzalez.
You know, I love this right here. Absolutely love this. This is Scott Service looking at it in his eyes and telling me, hey, I need you to give me your honest truth on how you feel right now. This is your game, and your game to win or your game to lose. And right there, you can tell with Marco Gonzalez, he told him, he goes, hey, this is my game. This is what I want. First and second, go get me a double play right here and get out of this inning. Oh, this couldn't be more of a booster for a guy like this who's having a spectacular game.
He heard the YouTube music playing a break and said, hold up, stop the record. Change up.
That's a good move right there. First pitch changeup is his go-to, and he's thrown really good ones today. I wouldn't be surprised if you back him up here with another changeup.
A walk and a fly out for Miranda. And he's ahead. 0-2.
Oh, not today. This is my game. And look at him. He's telling him, hey, not right now. He's saying, okay, I hear you, buddy. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. You have something like this throughout the year happen to you once or twice a year. Right there, this is one of those situations where Marco was saying, hey, I pitched really well. I feel like I can still compete. I still feel like I can be that guy in that force to get us out of this inning. Good call, I think, still. That regardless of what's happening and what will happen in this next pitch or this inning, I still think for Scott Service, that was the right call right there. That's what you call a team player, a team manager, looking in somebody's eyes and saying, hey, I still believe in you. I still think you can get this done.
Miranda, ground ball left side. Suarez to second. There's one. A fire to first. Not in time. It's close. Reviewable close?
Yeah, I think it was out.
Hold up.
50-50 on it.
Yep, they're going to take a look.
Nope. That was the right pitch. Another changeup.
Remember, this would end the inning. Otherwise, it would be 2 outs, man on third. Let's see. You know, that looks safe. First glance, I think Miranda made it.
Yeah, he made it. Oh, he got down that line really good.
Good hustle.
Look at this standing ovation right here. What a game he's pitched.
And this is what it looked like.
Oh, he was spectacular today with the fastballs up, two-seamers down, and that really good changeup. He had the hitters, Minnesota Twins hitters, off balance all day long. Tons of ground balls, a lot of jam shots like those right there. He was spectacular. I think this is the best I've seen him so far this year with his arsenal. He was tremendous.
Twins were 1 for 11 against his changeup. And here comes Paul Sewald. First pitch called for a strike. That's, I need your line.
Thank you.
Thank you. That one looked maybe a baseball off the plate, but Ryan Jeffers with runners on the corners for Minnesota. Scoreless ball game in the 7th. And he connects to left. That one riding towards the wall, and it's going to score the first run of the game. Gary Sanchez come on down. 1-0 Minnesota. Ryan Jeffers comes through.
Yeah, he tried to get in on him right there, but didn't get it in enough. That fastball, hard of the plate, up in the zone. He was ready for it. Put a really good swing on it. Nice and easy, staying through a baseball. Just an absolute rocket off the wall. What a clutch at bat. You know, winning teams are going to score with 2 outs, and they're going to win you the 1-run games. Once again, with Seattle right now, as they won last year so many games in the 1-run facet. They're up to it again on another mission.
Eight-hitter Max Kepler. Am I crazy for wanting Marco Gonzalez to finish off that inning and give the veteran that kind of credit? I mean,
yeah,
he wasn't at 100 pitches or anything, and not that that's the exact mark, but I don't know.
You know, he got the ground ball that he needed to, right? And it's unfortunate. Look at him right there. He's like, man. But again, I think it's the right move to leave him in. Obviously, he got that ground ball. They couldn't turn that double play. Service decided to go with the lefty-righty, righty-righty matchup instead.
Weak lead to Sewald. Cleans it up. Inning over, but 110 miles an hour off the bat. Crushed by Ryan Jeffers to left center. And it brings home a run. Let's stretch and stay here. Forget the commercials.
Yeah.
Here we are. All right.
You
show
ready?
'em what you're working with. Well,
All
are
right,
you
well,
ready? I'm not. I'm sure I'm allergic
grasshoppers.
to it. So.
Here we go. I mean, these are pretty big right here.
This is your 7th inning.
You know, Brett, I'm gonna
content.
go. I'm gonna go with 2 of them. Doubles machine,
Double
baby.
fisting grasshoppers.
All right, we're gonna see 2 of them right here. Look at
Oh,
those
you're
babies
bad
right
yonder.
there. All right.
Does it smell like anything?
It smells like. I guess
You're a
what
broadcaster. Like, paint the picture.
Yeah, it
with
smells
your
like what a
words.
grasshopper would smell like.
Ah, so
whatever that
grass?
Grass? I don't All right, here we go. Oh, see, they're jumping already.
They're a little slippery, yeah. Your thoughts?
Salty, with a kick of smokiness.
Are they good?
Doable for one time.
Doable.
I don't think you're allergic to those.
I would take like a little bite. Just a little bite.
Just bite the head off.
Oh, that is not for me. That is not for me. Seattle sushi. Nah, it was amazing yesterday. Aloha roll, well, tuna, salmon, avo, the whole thing. I'm glad I said I did it.
That's it. We're good. One and done.
That's it for me. Okay, now that I'm completely messed up from a really unique taste in my mouth, let's let the YouTube Player of the Game trophy take over. Wow, that's going to really Gonna leave a mark on the tongue for a while. Gotta wash it down. Hey, Byron Buxton has won it in the past with the big smile. Goldie's on a tear lately for the Cardinals. Who will be the latest player of the game? Well, leading candidate in my mind right now. That looks much more appetizing, by the way. Is that the old school Dippin'
Future's
Dots?
ice cream?
Dippin' Dots action? Yeah.
It is.
Anyway. YouTube Player of the Game trophy poll coming later, but still a lot to be decided in this one. Just 1-0. Ryan Jeffers has to be the early candidate, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you know, but at the same time, it's been an absolute pitcher's duel with really good defense. Again, 1-0 ball game. Seattle's trailing right now. Will the magic happen?
Joe Smith from a unique arm angle. As we get going with the home 7th for Seattle, trailing by a run. Ball 1 to Suarez. Brett, what do you have?
Guys, I know we're happy to have this roof today. I think the Mariners, though, are happy to be home. This has been quite a journey for them to begin the year. More road games than any team in baseball. Three city trips to the East Coast. They've traveled almost 22,000 miles this year. For a little accuracy, the Reds may not get many more than that the entire season. They're scheduled for about 25,000. Scott Service has said, listen, this is a grind. It is part of what it is. I think it's amplified by the fact that the AL West paired with the NL East this year, which means the M's have already been to Miami. And they're finally home. They're not going to leave the Pacific time zone until July 12th. They're in a stretch of 22 of 30 at home. And Yonder, I got to believe they're looking forward to that. And they know the burdens of what it's like to travel from Seattle.
Oh, yeah, no question about that, Brett. You know, one year we did 62,000 miles, and when we're talking about a 6-month season, 62,000 miles is a taxing on your body.
Nice sliding stop by Correa. Look at the arm. Oh, but a little off with the throw, and Miranda does save it from getting past him, but Suarez is safe at first.
Yeah, it's a big at-bat right now, especially with Winker, lefty against a submariner and Everyday Smith. No outs right now. Starting a rally could this be right here. He hustled down the line. It's a tough at-bat against right-hander right here. Righty-righty matchup of Correa with a usually make those plays 9 out of 10 times. A little bit off right there, but the pressure of Suarez getting down the line and hustling in to start a rally, potential rally.
Infield hit for Suarez. He's 1 for 3. This is who you want at the dish today if you're Seattle. Jesse Winker's at-bats have looked nice.
Yeah, no question about it, especially with a guy like Joe Smith coming in. This is a matchup where it favors the left-hander. You're seeing the ball really good off a guy with Joe Smith, who's got a really good two-seamer, good slider, good changeup. He's very reliable for the Minnesota Twins.
38 years old. Feels like he can pitch forever.
He has been pitching forever.
He doesn't throw hard, but he gets a ton of chase outside of the zone.
Yeah. And that's just the late life from him.
And what'd you call him? Everyday Joe?
Everyday Joe.
Yeah. Rubber arm. Look
Yeah,
at
you
Winker,
can tell
though.
this is a situation in the game where, you know, he wants to be perfect locating against Winker. Winker, who's 2 for 2 today.
The fly just flew into the press box looking for the grasshoppers. Trying to defend his friends. Oh, he gets the call on the fastball upstairs. I mean, that's not really a hittable pitch.
It's a pitch you want, though, if you're Winker. Right now, 3-1. I wouldn't necessarily think that pitch is going to be the same. I would most likely see something off speed here.
Ball 4.
And here starts the rally right here. This is a perfect situation right now to play small ball if you're Seattle. It's a righty-righty matchup, a tough matchup, but a good situation for Moore right here to give himself up and get both of these guys into scoring position.
Mariners know Joe Smith well. He pitched for them in the second half of last year. 18 innings for Seattle, a 2.00 ERA.
What do you think they're talking about right here, huh?
You tell me, former ball player. What do you got?
Moore had a walk-off the other day. Let's see it right here on Saturday.
That's probably part of the combo. Hey, remember what you did on Saturday?
Why don't you do the same thing, huh?
Bring home Suarez, maybe Winker. Dylan Moore, well liked in that clubhouse for Seattle.
Yeah, but I think this situation in this part of the game right now, no outs. Moore has 2 sack flies, 2 sack bunts in his career. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens.
Oh, but he popped it up. Miranda is there. Big first out.
That late movement of that 2-seamer up and in on him, got him to pop that up. You know, sack bunting right now in this day and age is something that doesn't necessarily happen often. You got to give yourself up. It's a hard thing to do. They're a ground ball away, the Minnesota Twins, of getting out of it.
And that's what Joe Smith does very well for a long time. Strike 1 to Torrens.
That's where Joe Smith makes a living right there.
Yeah.
That 2-seamer down, trying to get a call right there from Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire.
And this is their spot, too, I was going to say, for Seattle. And this has been a problem for them. Shut out 7 times, 463 left on base, most in baseball this year. It's a team that was so dominant in close games last year. Not even just the 1-run, the 1 or 2-run games. They were top 5 last year. They were 51 and 32 this year in those spots. 13 and 19. That's a fair ball and a tough one for Urshela. Scoops it up and makes the out.
Highlight reel right there, that's for sure, by a third baseman in Gio Urshela. A very trusted third baseman with an absolute play. Smelling a hit right here in Torrens, but he barehanded this play and made an absolutely perfect throw. Look at him go, he's smelling it. He can't believe it.
Ooh, rolling off the fingertips.
Oh man, what a play.
Beat him by a clean step and a half. Rocco Baldelli is going to open up the bullpen. You can see a big sigh of relief from Joe Smith, who exits, and there are some big arms out of that Twins bullpen coming in to try and shut the door. Tight one today. It's 1-0. The 2022 Chevrolet MLB All-Star ballot is now open. Vote daily at MLB.com/vote to send your favorite players to LA this summer. Arias, France, Correa, Buxton, etc. You know the deal. Download the MLB app to get video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch tracking, breaking news, updates, leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and players. See, if you look at it in real time, they can't see what we're seeing, so we speed it up, and that's how the roof closes in Seattle.
That was fast.
Fast forward. Caleb Thielbar with 2 outs in the 7th and 2 on for Seattle. Infield single for Suarez, followed by a base hit for Winker, and then a bunt that landed in Miranda's glove on a pop out. And a beautiful play by Gio Urshela for the 2nd out in the 7th. All the pressure on Abraham Toro in a pinch hitting spot, filling in for Taylor Trammell. And Thielbar is a swing and miss machine.
Oh, yeah. You know, his ERA is a bit deceiving, though. He allowed 9 earned in 5 innings in his first 7 appearances, but since then, a 2.12 ERA in his last 18 outings. He has been nasty.
Yeah, the real Caleb Thielbar lately.
Yeah, he's a spin rate guy, loves to be at the top of the zone. It's a really good curve, really good slider, but his go-to pitch is that fastball curve mix. He has a very hard chase rate. Guys will love to chase that fastball up in the zone.
Toro connects right center, floating up for Kepler. Inning over. Really gutsy performances from a number of Twins pitchers so far today. We are through 7-1-0 in Seattle. Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. The great TH, Edgar Martinez.
Oh, what a hitter.
Our strongman down on the field.
I got great stories on Edgar Martinez.
You do?
Oh,
all right,
goodness.
so I'll get one from you if we have a sec. But for now, as we see Penn Murphy coming into the game for Seattle, we go down to our strongman today after a power grasshopper lunch, Brett Dolan.
Well, that's a heck of a segue, guys. And you were talking about the Mariners and their success or lack thereof in close games. They lead baseball, #1 in runners left on base coming into play today, 460. Sometimes it takes that one big hit to deliver a couple of runs to avoid leaving 3 men on base. And there have been times this year the Mariners have just not been able to find that big swing.
Yeah, and for Seattle, they are 5-8 in their last 13 games decided by 2 runs or fewer. Last year, that was their bread and butter, winning tight ones. bullpen was superb from start to finish last year. And the bullpen has been picking up steam. A guy like Diego Castillo the last few weeks, sensational. Look at the numbers for Penn Murphy so far. Watch out for that slider.
Yeah, and opponents are hitting 443.
4 for 43. I was like, whoa.
Off that slider.
Yeah, they're not touching.
You know, in his fastball, you see it there's 90, 91, but it's got some funk to it now. Hitters don't seem to pick it up as well. I love when pitchers, especially submariners, use the whole mound. He's on the third base side of that mound, which is very tough for right-handers to pick up that slider.
Made his MLB debut on April 29th against the Marlins, 2 scoreless then. Defensive changes. Frazier moves from second to right, and Toro stays in the game, taking over for Trammell and now playing second base. Celestino then back to 2 out of 3 in the trio for Minnesota that is all-star worthy. Buxton on deck, followed by Correa.
Good story on Edgar Martinez.
Oh yeah, what do you got?
He was my hitting coach for the Seattle Mariners, and one of the players asked him, "Hey Edgar, how do you go about facing a guy like this? We're facing Cole Hamels." He says, "Well, first at bat I'll probably get a walk. Second at bat I'll probably hit a base hit to right. Second at bat I'll probably bridge him, hit a homer." He says, "Man, that's it?"
Celestino through the vacated right side.
And Edgar said, "Yeah. Problem is I'm 60. If I would do it now, we'll probably go 3 for 3 in my prime with 3 homers."
So he's confident.
Oh, he's very confident.
Yeah.
That's a very quirky delivery. It's hard to pick up. 3/4 slat, hides the ball well with that left shoulder. Once it comes out, man, it's coming out pretty much behind you if you're a right-handed hitter.
Edgar has a cantina in left too. He's got the big sign. Suarez homered right around there yesterday. And they could use one of those this afternoon. Quiet day for Seattle's offense.
9 hits combined, quiet day for both offices.
It's true. 5 hits for Minnesota, 4 on the Seattle side. They've had chances. Remember, Trammell made it to third to start an inning, and they couldn't bring him home. Byron Buxton, home run binging lately, 7 in his last 10 games, including Monday. 2-run shot. That was his 18th of the year on a full count 92-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle. That's not going to work. A 401-foot opposite field smash.
Absolute stud, man. It is a pleasure to watch when he is on the field. No, he was on with us earlier this week on MLB Network, and he was talking about how his brother is faster than him.
What?
Yeah.
Is he a track star?
And when we asked him, I was like, so who's faster, you or your brother? And you know, you can tell how competitive he is. He was like, yeah, my brother.
He's got me. Is his brother playing anything?
No, I'm not. I don't think he is. But in a foot race, you know, he would get him.
I think Scott's just heard you, and they're making phone calls right now. Hey, Buxton's brother's a free
Let's
agent.
go.
Byron's 0 for 3. 2 on the ground and a strikeout.
Funny when you watch a scoreboard and you see a guy like this with this caliber going 0 for 3, like, what? 0 for 3? Wow.
Yeah.
You know, he's makes the game look so easy.
You know, his career high for homers is 19. He's at 18 now. But of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that he's only surpassed 100 games played in a single season one time in his first 7 years.
Whew.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud, hooking us up with his slugging percentage against breaking balls dating back to last year. If you hang one,
oh, he's gonna bang it.
Oh yeah. Highest in baseball against breakers. Look at middle and top quadrant too. I mean, he'll get after it. Don't miss like that. That was your warning. 1-2. Rolled foul.
Well, he's up against a guy that loves to throw the slider and loves to command the slider. Guys aren't hitting his slider very well. And Murphy.
Brett, give us your best on Byron.
Well, guys, that home run Monday night was his 45th since he's last into a double play. If you think that's a lot, it is. It's the record since they started keeping track of double plays in 1940. What a great mix of power and speed when you have gone 45 home runs since your last GDP.
Ooh. Wave and a miss. Nice pitch from Murphy. Serious chase outside the zone, but great point by Brett, and there it is. Your evidence. 45 homers since he grounded into a double play, and he might never ground into one again. He's just too fast to be able to get a man on second and then double up Buxton at first. Nearly impossible with his sprint speed. And you know who else might set that record eventually?
Julio Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
I think the only way would be like a line drive to the pitcher, caught. Runner was caught off guard. That's a double play. You know, one of those situations. But
or if they're shifting you and the second baseman's like on second.
Yeah.
It's got to be one of those. Saw Carlos Correa in the Twins clubhouse today. He's having a lot of fun at home with his baby boy.
Yeah, he is. He was raving all over it, huh?
Let me see
your baby boy. He's like, oh, here you go.
4 months.
Yeah, 4 months.
Son, and he looks like he's 16 months, and just in terms of size, I mean, he's already got the athletic look.
Yeah, I was like, Carlos, man, did you get him on a bat already? Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah, he knows. He's like, he's going to be a stud. That's a strike.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Rocco Bardelli was raving about Carlos Correa, though. Every meeting they have, he just wants to talk about winning. Everything he does is with a factor of winning.
It's
that winning attitude. Yeah, he believes in it. He expects it. And that just feeds off the rest of those guys in that clubhouse. When you talk so much about winning and when you expect to be in a postseason, more than not, if you want it, you'll probably get there.
3 flyouts today for Carlos.
That is tough. That's an 88-mile-an-hour with a swing that it looked like 100. That's a swing where you say you're playing the home plate umpire as well, right? He came in on him, and it was called for a strike, and he's trying to protect completely. Good hitters will do that. They'll spoil good pitches, and he certainly did that right there. I think he was maybe sitting a little soft and react to something hard. It's a lot easier said than done. Oh, man, he wants that back. He was sitting soft right there. The way he swung that right there, if you look at his demeanors right there, he's thinking, man, how did I get away with that? Because he knows as a hitter in Carlos Correa, he knows Murphy loves to throw that slider. He's getting a lot of whiffs on it throughout this year, and it's his go-to pitch, especially in the situation 0-2 right now.
Put away pitch. That's with 2 strikes. Murphy's been the best. You know Correa knows it. He's a numbers guy. Another 0-2. And Correa lines it into left. He's in business. Celestino around third. Here he comes. Throw home, not in time. RBI double for Carlos Correa. Clutch. 2-0 Twins.
Scotty Braun, you said it, man. Clutch indeed. Threw him, I think, way too many sliders. He was adjusting to it, and he was certainly looking for it. A slider that I think Murphy wanted it more down and away, kind of stayed up a little bit more than he wanted to. And Carlos completely all over it, staying through that baseball. Just a clutch at bat, especially down 0-2 right there. Good hitters will make you pay on mistakes.
Got to the slider. Insurance run. Now first pitch swing in Urshela, gobbled up by Suarez. And there is the second out in the 8th.
I think he wanted that slider more down and away than he anticipated it. You know, and a lot could be said about the previous pitch when he threw him that slider and Carlos was all over it. He just missed it. As we see here again, you know, you want to kind of attack the catcher's right knee, and he just missed a little bit over that left knee. Carlos knew it right away. Stayed on it. Just amazing how good hitters find their way in situations, right? In clutch situations, in tough situations. It's like they just dream of these situations. You know, they feel actually more uncomfortable in the second inning with nobody on. But when it's a more stressful situation is where, you know, you see the greats come out and do their thing.
When we start to feel it, intensity in a game, that's when a guy like Correa shines. You're right. I mean, he's played in like close to 100 postseason games already, and he's in his mid-20s. I mean, the experience.
The experience certainly plays off.
18 homers in 79 postseason games. That's why they brought him in for these moments. Remember last year in the playoffs, this is my time.
Yep.
Pointing to his fake watch.
Came in littered. My time.
My time. He loved the reaction from kids across the globe. He said he received just a ton of videos from kids like playing Little League games in the weeks after that motion, sending over to him on social media the same act when they had a clutch knock. Loves having fun.
That's a good take right there by Gary, or certainly in other years we've seen Gary kind of get out of the zone right there and swing at sliders down and away. That 2-1 slider, that's a really good slider, very well located, and Gary just completely sniffed it out and wanted no part to do with it. Whew.
Good take.
Good take, good at bat. Good mound visit right here. That 3-1 slider, if it's more middle in, he's all over it. There was too much away to kind of bite on it. It's a good take. That's a 50-50 call right there, where Adrian will give it to him or not. Look at that angle right there. That's a tough lay right there if you're a right-handed hitter. Tough matchup right now if you're the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah, left-handed hitter.
With a guy like Arise.
All-star candidate. Best batting average, best on-base percentage. Arise. 0 for 2 with a walk. Now he's licking his chops. He gets to face a righty for the first time today.
Mariner at that too.
Yeah. Look at his smile.
He's like, thank you. But this is where he goes to work, though. Intrigue right here if he's swinging first pitch on a backdoor slider. But the book is you got to go in on him.
Oh, look back from Terrenz. Like,
yeah, he wanted that.
If you're not going to give us that,
we're in trouble.
Yeah, they're the splits that I'm referring to. Now he's got a righty where he's 391.
Yeah. But in crucial situations like that, he's a guy that's looking to hit the ball up the middle or to the left center side of the field. He's not necessarily wanting to pull a baseball or slug. He just missed that pitch right there. That was a good executed pitch too. Fastball in, inner third.
He rarely swings and misses on a pitch in the zone like that. Not easy to beat him.
Yeah. Most of the time you see a really good hitter being on top of a fastball. When you're missing a fastball, more than not, you're underneath it.
He's got Juan Soto to his game where you want to watch all of his actions in the box. He moves a lot.
Yeah, he's an athlete. He's dancing in the box. Most athletes do that.
Well, this is perfectly set up for the slider now, right? 3 fastballs. Tyler in the live chat goes, Arise, next Rod Carew. They're friends. Rod has given him advice. 2 on, 1-2. 2-2. There was the first slider of the matchup. He's a little more upright this year, Luis Arise. His lower half's getting more involved, pulling the baseball a bit more. That one gets away. 2 in scoring position for Minnesota. It bumps up Correa and Sanchez. Look at that thing move. What do you think? Back to the slider?
I like the slider. I think it's a go-to pitch right here, especially in a stressful situation.
In-zone slider. He's not going to chase.
In-zone slider is the play here.
Tip.
Oh, man.
Didn't hold on. Oh.
That hurts. Ouch.
Yeah.
So you want to say riding the grasshoppers?
That's where you need a grasshopper to
man.
take your mind off of things.
I don't know how catchers do it.
Deep breaths.
Yep. Going right back to it.
Another payoff. And it gets through. There's one. Correa scores. Sanchez behind him. 4-0 Minnesota. They double up their lead thanks to Luis Arise. 2 RBI knock in the 8th.
That was the approach the whole time, trying to get some sliders, trying to stay with us, trying to see it as deep as possible. We're going to go with the pitch sequence right here. And they had the right approach with the fastball. I think that's where they wanted to go to, especially inside right there. They got away with that 1-1. And then he goes to work. Slider. Fastball in to fool him. And I think that slider right there anticipated it to be another slider coming, staying right through a baseball, staying inside the baseball. Just a really good swing on a bad pitch by Arise.
For that one pitch that he fouled off, that just shows the bat-to-ball skills to stay alive in that AB, so he could punish you later and make it 4-zip Twins. Sergio Romo time for Seattle. just different at the plate. Luis Arraez bringing home 2 more for Minnesota in the 8th.
And Rocco Bardelli talked about it earlier today. Nothing surprises us with what he does. He's been doing it since day 1. But I mean, for me right now, the approach of that at bat and the approach he's had all day, he's stuck with it. Just a really good professional hitter and a really, really tough out.
And a reminder in the live chat from the Twins YouTube channel, All-Star Eyes, vote him now. He's on for Jose Miranda, handling first base today. Jorge Polanco still sitting, some back soreness for him, but his friend's picking him up. Here's Romo. Slider, 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 slider.
What a career he's had, huh? What a winner.
Yeah.
One of the premier closers in our games with the Giants.
Pitch gets away. Arraez easy to second. Sergio Romo's 39 years old, 15th major league season. He's been doing it for a while, and he still is having a ton of fun.
Oh yeah, great beard, great hair. What a competitor. Never liked facing him when he was with the Giants, man. It was a tough at bat.
Averages 85 miles an hour off his sinker. 3rd slowest average fastball velocity in the majors this season. Only 2 ahead of him, or technically like behind. Tyler Rogers of the Giants, side armor, and Joe Smith, who we just saw.
He's funky. He throws across his body. You don't necessarily see that at times. Hides the ball well. More than not, you know what's coming. He throws a bunch of sliders. He has 2 or 3 different sliders too. He has a hard slider, more like that 82, 84 range. He's got that spinner at 77, which is like a frisbee. Just never gets there. It runs away from your barrel. Then he likes to throw that 2-seamer off of that inside when he needs a ground ball, or when there's not 2 outs. Where, you know, in this situation right here, runner on second, where he can do that to kind of bury it and get some chases on it.
You went 1 for 3 against him with the double.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arraez running. And contact towards first. Who's got it? France with the tag. It's there. Good concentration from Ty France. Make sure he secures the baseball first. Slaps a tag on Miranda. And gets the Mariners through the 8th. There it is. You've done this before, Yonder.
Yeah.
Grab it, tag it, avoid your pitcher. There's a lot going on there. Twins cash in with 3. Their lead is 4 onto the home 8th. popped out, and it sounded like this.
Not much.
Silent assassin. If that was you, what would you have been saying?
Ouch, ouch. Oh, God, oh, no, oh, God, oh, God.
I got him, I got him.
Yeah, most of the time, there's so much communication going on with your pitcher. At some point, though, you just have to say, hey, I'm going to take care of this right now. I'm in no man's land. Get the ball, tag.
He's also visualizing his next AB. He's due up third in this home eighth and a tough test. Yohan Duran has been one of the best rookies in baseball this year. 2.60 ERA. We spent a good 5+ minutes talking to Rocco Baldelli, not only about what he has brought to the table for this team and being the shutdown guy when they need him most, anytime in the late innings of a ball game, but also the unique pitch that he has called a splinker.
And this is 98, 99 coming at you, a splinker at 95, 96. We were trying to see what type of pitch it was, but we couldn't even come up with it. I mean, like, what is it? Nobody knows. That is. That was more of a curve, though. That wasn't the splinker.
Yeah, that's the curveball.
Yeah, that's the curveball. That's a good pitch.
It's a splitter, but it averages 96 miles an hour, so it's like a sinking splitter. And that's sinking fast, foul. Sam Haggerty trying to set the table. Average four-seamer, over 100.
Ooh.
Only guy in the game right now.
All those guys right there, they throw absolutely gas. But Duran, man, you can just tell he's got 2 or 3 good pitches to work with.
Haggerty stays alive, and Rocco Baldelli was telling us about how he received the scouting report before he was able to watch Duran in person, and the front office for Minnesota was like, okay, has this pitcher, not going to believe us, but it's a sinking fastball that acts like a splitter. He was like, no.
There it is.
Got him. And
thank you.
Yeah, that's a wide zone right there. Sam Haggerty's like, dude, if you're giving him that.
A guy throwing 101. That splinker. There it is. There it is, right there. A live action right at the end just kind of falls a little bit. And you know, you say, well, that doesn't fall that much. When a guy's throwing 100 and he throws that 95, 96, it is a huge difference, especially with the moving downward it has on it late.
Ridiculous. Now Adam Frazier, contact on the first one, foul.
And there it is again. You know, it's a true splitter. He just throws it at all, with all might, right? He throws it just like a fastball. The arm action is still the same as a fastball, but you see it right at the end, how it just falls, and it makes you just hit that ball at the top half of the ball, where more than not, you're either gonna miss on it or you're gonna hit a ground ball like that.
Strike 2 to Frazier.
And the biggest thing too is how much command he has with it, right? Where you don't necessarily see a guy that throws 100 miles an hour with like what he's showing today. A really good curveball for strike and a really good split fastball for strikes.
That's the curve.
You know, and credit to the big league hitters nowadays, the fact that they're able to stay off of those things and lay off a game of pitches like that.
It's a good pitch. And just a challenge with a hundo.
Yeah.
This is an experience.
Oh, it's a ride is what it is if you're a hitter.
FYI, he does flash a cutter sometimes too, as if he needed a fourth pitch. Now, he could start. I mean, I don't think he's going to. I think this is going to be his spot, but yeah, the lost season in 2020 for guys like him. He didn't pitch much in 2021. Otherwise, he might have been still working on being a rotation member. Good battle from Frazier.
Yeah, this is right here. If you're Frazier, 4-0 ball game, bottom 8th. This is pretty much 100% fastball. Anything else other than that, well, tip your cap, right? If he throws the first strike. But this is a situation right here where he's silent. He's challenged you already. You fouled him off, but he's just going to give you his best stuff right here, 3-2, and see what you can do with it.
Missed. Four-seamer got away. Ty France, you're up.
Rick, I got a question for you. How come you're going skull cap with a headband?
Skull cap comes off a little bit. I try to keep it in because I lose a lot of like heat and everything like that. Okay. And I gotta protect my hair too.
He's a reporter. He's our second reporter today.
I love that. He's like, okay, all right. Ty France with great hair today.
Fashion reporter Ty France. Protect the hair. They need something big from Ty here. Not like that. Back to second. They get one, and there is two. Duran is so good. I mean, live chat lighting up right now. Oval Tomcat goes, he's my favorite pitcher this year. Ridiculous arm. Chucky 97. Is Duran a lock for the All-Star game? He's got our vote. The Twins YouTube channel is your destination for highlights and behind-the-scenes footage. Visit youtube.com/twins. Also, Seattle fans can head to youtube.com/Mariners for exclusive interviews, original content, and a lot more. Also, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Big knock for Correa in the 8th. The RBI double made it 2-0, and then eventually Arise plates two more. Big slap for his buddy Hank Conger over at first. First base coach, former big leaguer. Twins 4, Mariners nothing. We're in the 9th. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso. Brett Dolan is around the field.
Somewhere.
We'll find him later. Post-game interviews potentially soon. Roenis Elias.
Cuban left-hander.
Yes.
Hasn't pitched in 4 or 5 days, but talking to him today earlier, he's ready. He was excited for today. He's like, hey, I have a chance to just pitch today. Getting ready. I'm super excited for the opportunity.
He last pitched on Friday against Boston. Picked up 2 outs, 2 hits against him, and a strikeout. Just a 12-pitch outing.
High energy guy, good fastball, good slider, good changeup, just a good athlete. He came up as a starter, and second stint with the Seattle Mariners. He was with them in 19.
Yep. Seen him as a starter with Seattle back in the day. So technically, this is his 4th go-round with the Mariners. Signed as an amateur free agent there, then traded again to Seattle by the Red Sox in 2018, and signed as a free agent twice with the team in 2021. Ryan Jeffers, ball 3. First run of the day, deciding run so far, thanks to Jeffers. In the 7th, a single. Emilio Pagan time in the 9th, Minnesota. There he is. And Jarrell Cotton.
Both teammates of mine.
We said hello to everyone today. We saw both of them around the same time, right?
Both of those guys, great teammates, great guys. Jeffers has looked as comfortable as you can see any hitter today. I mean, it's simple, it's quiet. Some things just click at some point in your year where you're like, man, this really works. This is a comfortable approach. Not trying to do too much, seeing the ball up in the zone and putting some really good swings on baseballs today.
Takes the free pass and passes the baton over to Max Kepler. And when Max makes contact, it goes a long way. Good peripheral numbers this year, like hard hit, exit velocity. Better against right-handers in his career.
His parents were ballet dancers.
That's right.
Oh, that's a good pitch right there, huh?
By accident.
Look at that. Look at him buckle. Oh. Highest career OPS by a European-born player, Mr. Kepler, right there.
Lofts one to right, heading towards the wall, and it's going to hang up against it.
Oh, stopped him.
Yeah, kind of a late stop sign for Ryan Jeffers, who's like, yo, I got to hit the brakes a little earlier next time. Big smile. And a double for Max Kepler.
Didn't try to do too much with that pitch. Hanging breaking ball, stayed up, seen it too many times. Not much you can do with that if you're a hitter. If you see it up, all you got to do is touch it. It will create the backspin you want on it. Once again, the Minnesota Twins are emerging with no outs in 2nd and 3rd.
Coming off a shutout loss yesterday. They've actually already been shut out more this season than last year when they were a last place team. 73 wins. This year they're a first place ball club in the American League Central. 2.5 games better than Cleveland entering the day. Celestino singled in the 8th. Look at his OBP. Left side, and they're going to go for first. Another run comes in. That's Jeffers to make it 5-0 Minnesota.
Yeah, he wanted to go to home there. But he, the third base runner got a really, really good read. No play whatsoever. Jeffers did an amazing job, and it starts with your lead. he was anticipating a ground ball, and he was going. He was putting the pressure all the way on the Seattle Mariners defense. The play there was the correct play to first base. I don't think there was going to be any shot at getting the guy at home plate.
Ground out for a run. RBI for Celestino. Buxton 1-0.
For Celestino here too, you know, he does so much even with that ground ball, right? Because now you take away the Seattle Mariners grand slam range. Where a situation where you don't have to use a high leverage guy out of your pen, you can kind of sit him down for later usage throughout the week. You can put a guy that can just get me 3 outs and hopefully save your bullpen as much as possible.
Yeah, we saw Cotton and Pagan warming up in the pen for Minnesota, and now you're thinking this is
it was a situation, right? Where it's a 4-0 game, you may see Pagan. If it's a 5-0 game or more, you see Cotton. You know, it's a totally different style of baseball that the Twins are playing, right? They're playing a grand slam range baseball, or a range where it's not going to hurt you if it is a grand slam. You still have the lead.
And Pagan sat down. You see the Padres fan with the Padres hat right there? He's like, hey, Pagan. Buxton roller right side. 2 outs in the 9th. On to third goes Kepler. M's offense. Scott Service said, hey, we're missing our best player. Mitch Haniger's been out the whole year so far.
Yeah, when you talk about Mitch Haniger and what he brings, you know, he's that bopper that the Mariners have always had, right? Where it's either in right field, a really good right fielder, or in a DH role. You know, talked to Maniac, the third base coach. I said, man, when are we gonna get Mitch Haniger? He said, well, sometime before the All-Star break. And you just hope that he's healthy, because when he's on the field, man, he is one of the best hitters, best right fielders in our game.
Big difference maker. Ankle sprain keeping him out right now. Also, remember, Kyle Seager retired. Casual 35 homer, 101 RBI season last year. Haniger's been out since late April with that ankle sprain. Last year, 39 and 100. He's only played 9 times this year.
35 and 100. I'm putting on my cleats for the next year too, huh?
You're missing 75-ish homers right now and 200 plus RBIs.
Tell you what a cornerstone Seager had. What a career he had in Seattle. You know, I played with him, against him in the University of Miami against him since he went to North Carolina. Since college, I've been playing against him. He was a second baseman in college. And transition over to the big league side at third base. Always been able to hit. Just always had that easy swing. A guy where, as a left-hander, he was on top of the dish, and most of his home runs were from the pool side. You wouldn't see a guy in that body say, man, he's going to hit 35 and drive in 100. But you look at the end of the year, it was there.
Correa down on strikes looking. That UNC team, I think, had Dustin Ackley, Matt Harvey.
Miller.
Yeah, your team was better. I'm biased. 5-0, last licks for Seattle.
Arise 1 for 3.
Last poll is always the most important poll on YouTube. It is the player of the game who gets the trophy in the post-game interview. Arise, Correa, Jeffers, or Sonny Gray, who started this game and gave the Twins 5 really solid shutout innings.
Sonny Gray, 5 hits, 3 hits, 5 innings pitched, 3 hits. ERA lowered to 2.09. But Luis Arise, you know, he put this game pretty much out of reach.
Yeah.
He had the big, important at-bat of the day and just a crucial at-bat.
That's my vote. Brett?
Yeah, those are all good candidates, guys. Hey, I want to jump in on Julio Rodriguez as he leads off this inning. He might be a candidate, a great one, for the Rookie of the Year, but he's still a rookie, and there's an initiation involved in the Mariners clubhouse. He's responsible for transporting the team's boombox from city to city. It belongs to J.P. Crawford. When asked if he gets to play any of the music, of course, the answer is negative. And Yonder, you've been on the road for 16 days. You're not traveling around suitcases as big as this boombox is that Julio has to take city to city.
That is serious, and that is down the line for J-Rod. Of course, that's an easy 2. He flies.
Oh, man, that was just beautiful. Starting it off with a double, but Brett, you saw my bags today. They were pretty big. I don't know as big as that boombox. But that boombox looks heavy. But he does a lot of heavy lifting, as he did right there with that beautiful swing.
Yeah, his game is loud. Digging for a curveball there from Cotton.
Interesting to see with Cotton. You know, I played with him, played against him, and I remember he was tipping his pitches. When I retired, I let him know, hey man, you were tipping your pitches, man. Sometimes he would take a big breath and he would throw his fastball, and when he didn't really have a big breath and you wouldn't see his shoulders kind of pop up, he would throw his changeup or his breaking ball.
Interesting. Was it news to him when you informed him?
Yeah, he had no idea. He was like, really? And I was like, yeah, man, you know, your breath is too big. I can tell when you're about to throw your breaking ball.
Did he say thank you?
He said thank you. Yeah. He just couldn't believe it. I was like, go back to your videos, man. But yeah, I did it when I was retired, you know, because you never know when you're gonna face a guy again, you know?
Yeah.
I needed to let him know. You know, he's my teammate, he's my friend, but you know, it's nothing personal. It's just business.
It's business. It's like Sam Haggerty's walk-up song. If we get to it, he's got the Godfather theme song.
Oh, but Cotton's always had a good changeup, a good fastball. Big-time prospect by the Dodgers. Was traded to the Oakland A's, and that's where we became teammates. Had high hopes from him. I'm glad he's getting an opportunity here with the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, he missed a lot of time. Tommy John surgery out 2018. Shoulder surgery 2019. Now a reliever.
And his go-to pitch is that changeup. Has a really good feel for it. Obviously, right now he's thrown a couple of them that have kind of stayed up, but you know, he likes his changeup to go off his fastball. Good spin rate guy. Loves to throw that four-seamer as well up in the zone.
And he's animated on the mound, too.
Oh, yeah, he'll let you know.
Payoff to Suarez. Ball 4.
It's a good visit right here by Carlos Correa. You don't necessarily need a mound visit by your manager.
But he's probably letting them know. I know the stats don't look pretty for this guy, but last year he was a stud. Look at the numbers that he racked up. A career high 949 OPS. Huge difference from last year to this year. He was over 300 hitter. He was an all-star last year for the first time. Power, patience. He was doing it all for Cincinnati. Traded to Seattle. And what's the difference between Cincinnati's home park and this one?
Well, no question about it. I mean, I think you talk about the metrics of the ballpark compared to the ones in Seattle, you know, where you can get under balls and get rewarded, especially in that division as well. There's really good friendly hitter parks. But with that being said, look, I think what sticks out to me is the ability for him to slug and get on base. When he's doing both of those things, good things are happening. I think early on, it's a struggle here in Seattle where the ball doesn't carry as much. Even the division in itself, you really got to hit the baseball to get it out of here. You don't get really no cheap ones. But again, I think when you look at Winker, he's a guy who is as professional as a hitter as he gets, a guy who, at the end of the day, his numbers will be there. There's not much concerns with it because he is swinging at the right pitches. He's still getting his walks. When you're doing those things, good things are always going to happen. You're always going to have more of an opportunity to get on base and hit the ball hard.
They sat him yesterday, just trying to get himself in a good mental mindset as well. His team is punchless with runners in scoring position, 0 for 7 today. Good pitch from Cotton. Strikes him out. Hey, if Winker reaches, things start to get interesting. I know it's 5-0 in the 9th, but
that's a good fastball right there. Four-seamer. Winker underneath it right there. He's making some pitches when he has to, and Cotton. You know, that's what happens when you have a good changeup, Scotty. Is most guys are a little late on the fastball, you know, because whether you want to give yourself up with the changeup and just say, I'm only going to swing at the fastball, it's still in the back of your head. That timing in your brain that tells you, oh, it's a fastball, it's coming. It's totally different when a guy doesn't have a good changeup, because he will throw it on righties. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of foul tips. That's why you're seeing a lot of guys being late on it. The fastball has life. The fastball has carry when he throws it right over the top like he does, as well as changeup. Like right now, it's 0-2. You have windows to go to here if you're caught. You can continue to go up in the zone a little higher, or maybe show him that changeup off the plate.
I remember Pedro Martinez was talking about Jarrell Cotton. This was in April of 2017. He said, reminds me of myself. Nasty changeup, nice cutter, same arm angle, rotation and grip that I used to have. Actually added. Born same day that I made my debut in 1992.
Wow, that's high praises right there, huh?
Yeah. You know, he's been through a lot of ups and downs in his career.
Look at that changeup.
Stuff's there. He's 30 years old. Changeup gets ground balls and a forced out at second.
Yeah, and you know, for me, when I look at Cotton right now, it doesn't worry me when he gets into stressful situations, because a double play is always in hand. Reasons for that is because he has a good strikeout fastball that he can go attack hitters, but he's also got that changeup where it's going to create a lot of missing swings or a lot of ground balls like we see right there.
Rodriguez to third. Suarez a race before he gets to second, and then Moore can move. Tough to double him up. He's safe.
Your Torrens right here. You just want to continue this inning.
Can they scratch a run across? First pitch swinging. Layup for Correa. Game over. Twins take it in commanding fashion, 5-0. They clinch the series and the season series, edging Seattle 4-3. Mariners drop to 28-35 on the season. Twins are now 37-28. All smiles from Minnesota as they're off tomorrow, and then they'll play 3 in Arizona before heading back home. Seattle's homestand continues. Tomorrow, actually, they open up a 5-gamer that runs through the weekend against the Angels, and then they hit the road. Post-game show, you ready?
Let's do it.
MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Post-game show starts now. 30 minutes, all about your teams, Twins, Mariners, and many others. And we'll talk a little bit about where we're going next as well. But Twins top the M's by a final score of 5-0. Correa clutch. Like some of the guys that we're used to seeing do things differently, like Carlos Correa coming up in big moments and just always being unfazed. We saw that today. Luis Arraez handling a long at bat and ending up coming through. I mean, these guys lived up to their name today.
Yeah, they did. You know, I was very impressed as well with Sonny Gray. I think he pitched a great game, especially coming off the IL. Remember, Sonny Gray was off the IL and never even got a rehab stint. He just went out there and missed 2 weeks and went out there and did what he needed to do, and it was all quality overall by the Minnesota Twins. Really good pitching, really good defense, and timely hitting is what got to this point to get this big win.
We'll get you the player of the game in a moment, too. The poll is closing up, so if you haven't voted, you might have missed your shot. It is officially closed.
It's closed.
And your winner is YouTube player of the game. Who gets the trophy? It's Luis Arraez. Put the game away with a 2 RBI knock. There it is, through the left side. Correa and Sanchez score, made it 4-0 on their way to a 5-0 dub. And with that, Luis Arraez joins us right now live on YouTube. Luis, congratulations on the W, and there's the trophy for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, how's it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. This is amazing because we work hard for this. So this is amazing for me.
Hey, and take me through the at-bat that really put this game away. A 2 RBI single in the 8th inning. It was a long grind. What was the mindset, and what do you remember from it?
I just stay focused. Thank you, Tom. I just stay focused because my first and second at bat, I feel good, but Gonzalez threw a really good pitcher to me inside. But I just changed my mind, and then I got my base hit to the line drive, you know. So we scored 2 runs, and then we won the game.
Luis, Yonder Alonso here. First of all, congratulations, man. I love what you did at the plate today. You know, Rocco Baldelli has asked so much. We asked him about you, and he was raving about you, man. But your approach, the approach of hitting the ball the other way, has that been always the go-to for you?
Yeah, I just try to hit the ball to the middle, but I wait a lot for the ball, so I just wanna hit the ball to the line drive a lot. That's my dad say, hey, if you hit the ball to the left field, you got a lot of money. So I didn't make the money too, you know.
I love it.
He knows, absolutely, and handling multiple positions, which you do so well. We've seen you a lot at first base this year with Polanco out with the back issue. You're at second. That's your natural spot, right? Is that your favorite position to play?
I just enjoy everywhere, you know. So if Rocco need me in first, second, third, short, I'll be there 100%. So I just try to do my best there, and then I feel good there in first base. So I got a long time to play second base, but I enjoy there a lot too.
Luis, how heavy is that trophy? And I know you're a big, big YouTube guy.
Hey,
I know you love YouTube.
Hey, this is more heavy for my bat. My bat is not too much heavy like this. But I hold this. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, of course. You know what we'll do is we'll write your name on it and we will ship it to you so that you have it there. Wait, he was at the fish market too?
Yeah, he caught a salmon.
Hey, I enjoyed that because the guy I meet there, he got a lot of energy, so he gave me a lot of energy.
Look at him.
And then we pushed a lot of energy there, and then I enjoy it, bro. I enjoy a lot there. So I love fishing too. When I get my home in Fort Myers, I'm fishing a lot.
Hey, you know what? Some of the things we didn't talk about with Luis, very superstitious. Keep doing your thing, man. I love what you're doing. You continue to hit. You continue to get on base. And you know what? You continue to be a threat to any team that you're facing. I love what you're doing right now, man.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Luis, I want to get your analysis of Yonder Alonso grabbing the fish. You know, this I know you play first base.
He can't see it.
Oh, he can't see it. This is a former first baseman, though, who on a 1-for-1 made a nice grab. We're going to show it. But when you had to make the catch, Luis, at the market, was it slippery? Were you worried that you weren't going to secure the fish?
Hey, I just wanna catch the fish because it's slide to my hands, and then I say, hey, I'm playing field, and then I gotta catch the fish. I got my friend Moran, he's a pitcher, he dropped it, so I said, no, I gotta catch the fish. 100%.
One question, man, and it's gonna be in Spanish. Yo quiero que tú hables, que tú le hables a tu familia y que le mande muchos saludos.
Mira, le mando saludos a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mi hermana Normeli, mi hermano, a mi esposa Gladys Peñalbel y a mis 2 hijas, Emma y Esther. Las amo mucho y gracias por siempre apoyarme.
Good touch, man. That's good touch. He wanted to say hi to his family members, his parents, his mom, his wife, his sister, everybody that he loves them and misses them.
Are you having your friends vote for the All-Star game right now at first base? Because there's a heated battle. It's you, it's Ty France, It's Anthony Rizzo. It's Vladdy Jr. How badly do you want to spend some time in Los Angeles in mid-July?
Hey, if I'm making, I want to say thanks God for the opportunity. Yep. I'll go there enjoying myself with them. I know Vladdy. I know the guy played for the Mariners. So I just go there and enjoy myself there and then because we work hard for that.
Hey, you know, there was a legend with the Mariners for a long time who hit the baseball consistently, bat-to-ball contact, named Ichiro, who I heard you met yesterday. So what was it like? What did you guys talk about?
Hey, that was amazing. He said, hey, I'm a fan for you because you can hit the ball like me. I said, no, you are the goat, man. You hit the ball a lot to the left field. So
That's amazing.
I got to watch your video every day, you know. So, hey, he's amazing. I want to say thanks for him for want to meet me there. And I enjoy when I meet Ichiro. I enjoy a lot.
Yeah, you said you're his favorite left-handed hitter to watch in the game right now, which is awesome. I mean, you've got Ichiro on the Rolodex, Rod Carew, who I know you've spent some time with too, right? I mean, you've got some famous friends at this point, Luis. We're honored to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, man.
We appreciate it, okay? Happy flight to Arizona, and we'll chat again soon.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the trophy. Thank you.
It's all you. Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Luis Ariz with us on YouTube. Your player of the game wins easily, 46%, and Twins fans just love him. I mean, how can you not love his at-bats?
How about his demeanor, right? He's so much fun to be around. He was excited. Just an amazing interview, an amazing baseball player.
When you see the ball like that, you better be smiling.
He's the ball like a beach ball.
He is balling. Twins 5, Mariners nothing. They win the series and the season series. Much more to go on the post-game show, including full highlights and an interview from Brett. This is the post-game show live on YouTube. Twins 5, Mariners shut out in the final game of this series as both teams will move on their separate ways. Both series playoff contenders so far this season. Scott Braun and Yonder Alonso calling the action with you. And for a full recap, it looks like this. A diving stop backhanded from Suarez, gets up and makes the play. Gino, hot hand on D to start.
They're gonna need that defense.
Seattle Ball Club going up against Sonny Gray, who has been fantastic when he's been on the mound this year, coming off an injured list stint. And he'll send one into right center. Byron Buxton charging, and he's all over it.
Look how deep he was playing. I mean, he must have gone a good 40 yards to go catch that ball. Once he smells it, about 10 yards away, he knows he's got a beat on it. He's going to make a good catch, and what a play.
Taylor Trammell pulls one into right.
You got to dig. Is he spinning two? He's spinning it.
Now heading for two as it's bobbled in right by Kepler. Now the ball skips away. Trammell to third. Nice way to start the home third for Seattle. Trammell.
You're putting speed on the bases. You're putting a lot of pressure for the defense. If you put pressure, it will break. And he certainly did that right there. Oh, he was running. You can see the athleticism all the way, right?
Contact, but this is not going to bring the runner home.
Man, those are just well-located pitches. Oh, that's a
got him.
That's beautiful.
What a display from Sonny Gray to finish up the third. Untouched. Beautifully placed. Urshela didn't get all of that, but it dribbles up the middle for a base knock. First hit of the day for Minnesota comes in the fourth. Pulled. There's one. Easy two.
Big league
double up there,
right there.
Sanchez.
Just what the doctor ordered.
54 pitches through 4 innings for Marco Gonzalez. This is exactly what you want. Suarez, Frazier, France. And that's a first pitch from Jose Miranda with a nice ride to right, but caught by Trammell backing up towards the wall.
Man, he made that look so much easier than what it was. Oh, basket catch. That's a good outfielder right there who can run.
And that is dropped into left, and that should be 2 for Ryan Jeffers. 2 out, 2 bags for the Twins catcher. Right side in France's glove to make that 3 down in the 5th. Griffin Jax taking over for Sonny Gray, who was fantastic in his 5 innings.
Oh, that's a good slider.
Wow. Yeah, he went around. Ty France down on 3 pitches. Everyone's looking around like, wait, did Ty France just strike out? Like, it's complimenting Ty France for how good he is. He just doesn't look fooled like this very often.
Yep, he went.
Got him. Wow. 2 strikeouts, 3 batters faced. Toast. Griffin Jax. And that is Ryan Jeffers driving home the first run of the game. Live, we're back. Scotty and Yonder.
He had great at-bats.
Yeah, he did. That was a rocket, too. And then a Terens to Urshela, bare hand. Got him.
Not only a bare hand, but a great throw.
Abraham Toro pinch hitting, flies out to right. There were some opportunities for Seattle. To the 8th. 1-0 game until Carlos Correa reaches for one, finds open space in left field, and creates the 2nd run of the afternoon for Minnesota.
Just an absolute gorgeous at-bat right there, staying on that slider, staying through it, and coming up clutch.
Plates Celestino, and then later in the inning, 2nd and 3rd arise. It's just like
bread and butter.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you say? There's a lot of money over there, the left side. Just a great hitter.
To score, he's our player of the game for 0 Minnesota, and one more here. This is how it finishes. Terens, Correa, easy, done, game over. Twins take it 5-0. Cotton on to end it, and Minnesota now ups their record to 37-28 on the season. Top team in the AL Central right now. Brett, down to you.
Had a chance to catch up with Carlos Correa earlier. Now, producer Jenna wanted me to bring the crickets with me to offer one to him. I couldn't do it to him. What I did want to know, though, was about his double in the 8th inning. That provided a little bit of separation in this game and gave the Twins a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, man. Marco was tough today. You know, he was hitting the corners very well. He was mixing, matching very well, changing speeds, and then we were able to get to a bullpen. So that was huge.
You guys haven't been at full strength this year, but you're starting to win series and really accumulate wins. How important is it to keep taking 2 out of 3?
That's what's important. You know, winning series. That's what's gonna take you to the promised land, like we say. So keep winning series, keep beating good teams, and just go out there, keep focused, working hard every single day, and improving so we can reach the ultimate goal.
Rocco Baldelli said today that every conversation you have with a teammate is about winning that game, about winning this week. How much did all of those postseason games in Houston shape your personality and your willingness and your desire to win?
Yeah, not only the postseason games, just being around a winning ball club. You know what I mean? Every single year of my career. So, you know, I brought that culture into here, and we only talk about winning, and that's contagious. You know, when you're always talking about winning and all that stuff, that stuff is contagious, and you know, you can see it this year. We're playing great ball right now. We're in first place, and we got to keep going.
How much do you enjoy bringing that into this clubhouse and being a leader?
I just enjoy helping people, and you know, we got a lot of young guys here with a lot of talent, and I just enjoy being a part of the journey. So, you know, as a teammate, as a friend, I just want to be there for them all the time.
What's it like watching Byron Buxton play just about every day too?
It's so much fun, man. We go way back to the 2012 draft, and you know, now small world, I get to play next to him every single day. He's such a joy to watch. He's one of the best players in the game, if not the best. So talented, so gifted. I'm glad I'm his teammate.
You guys are a tremendous 1-2 duo, but as you mentioned, there is a lot of talent on this team. It's going to be fun to watch.
Absolutely. There's a lot of talent here, guys that are still getting better, you know, receiving the new information that's being brought to this organization, and you know, the sky's the limit for this club, man. We still can get a lot better.
Congratulations on the win. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, brother. Good seeing you.
It's Carlos Correa. Now, I don't want to do the Twins marketing department's job for them, but how about a slogan surrounding the All-Star game that says, know your ABCs, Arise, Buxton, and Correa? What do you think, guys?
I like it. I mean, we were pushing that in the pregame show, weren't we?
I mean, it's as special as it gets when you talk about those 3 guys.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. It's a great trio to have for Minnesota, a consistent force, just like the protein provided in the grasshoppers that Brett bravely battled through and then so graciously shared. Hey, free grasshoppers for everyone. Not my jam. On so many levels. Yonder's obviously a gamer. There's no challenge that Yonder has ever
double down on it.
Yeah, I mean, you're one of the most interesting men. You're like the Dos Equis guy. It's like, yeah, I eat grasshoppers while I call games on YouTube. It's good content. I grabbed one. Are we going to show that? Oh, no, now we're live. I'm not going to eat another. There's no chance. I won't make it on my flight. Also, so we finished this, and then they appeared again. It's like a scary movie. Like we're like, all right, we got through it. And then we look down, and it's full of grasshoppers again.
One and done, man. One and done.
One and done, yeah.
Or 2 and done for me.
It's one of those where you're like, I did it, check it off the bucket list, and then
we're good.
I'm good. I'll stick to sushi in Seattle. Good plan. We'll come back. Much more to go on the post-game show. We'll hear a little bit from Ty France, who was mic'd up today. evidence that I was working hard today. Come on, Braun.
Get it in there.
That was a mini, but it's real. You can barely see it, but it happened. Yeah, exactly. Not your best friend. Paying the price. Still, I still feel queasy.
Oh, man. The look on your face.
We'll be handing these out to someone else, okay? That's the plan. You know who has a little jump in his bat, a little grasshopper in his bat? Ty France. Also, Mike popping today.
A few teammates called me fat, so yeah. I'm not gonna name names because I got a mic on, but
You got a mic on?
hot mic. Yeah, if you want any TV time, feel free. Come over.
Yeah.
Give your 2 cents.
Sure.
Hey, when did he get a pause in his name?
Rod.
Rodriguez. Hey, not many people can pull 0 off. You're one of them. It looks right on you. With your last name and it just fit. Wow!
Nice, Gino.
Make me like Gino. That was cool. That was really cool. My parents are about maybe 20 minutes from Dodger Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you're born and raised in that area?
Yep. Ban the shift. Ban the shift.
You had your white shoes
Yeah, those are my fast cleats. Follow me up. Hey, I'm so used to you being on base, so that's why I just grabbed your stuff. I could eat Chick-fil-A every day of the week and be completely happy with it. Coach Bone, what's it like to be the coolest coach in the major leagues?
After that pick you had earlier today, I want to see a platinum patch.
Platinum, whoa. Got to start with gold first. Rick, I got a question for you. How come you're going skull cap with a headband?
Skull cap comes off a little bit.
Ah.
I'm trying to keep it in because I lose a lot of like heat and everything like that.
Okay.
And I got to protect my hair too. So. That's a knock.
Get on 2! Uh-oh, you got a dig. That was cool.
Oh, he did well, Ty France. Fun. I like when he said a 0 looks good on you. I like the call for ban the shift. He had some reporter-ish questions. How's it feel to be the best coach or whatever, the funniest coach in baseball?
It was pretty good. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I think the best part was the hair.
The hair, yes.
He had some great hair today.
He did.
Just great hitter, great player. You know what I like too? His
What?
parents are from LA. Can you imagine an all-star back at home?
20 minutes from Dodger Stadium. He deserves it.
He deserves it.
And we have questions for you, Yonder. You ready for
Let's
curious
go.
creators in the chat? Hall of Fame baseball cards. Where do you see J-Rod's career in 5 years?
Oh man. Well, listen. I think his future is so bright. When I look at him, I see him as top 5 player in our game right now. I'm gonna see him as
Top 5 right now?
Top
Or
5 in 5 years.
In 5 years,
Yeah,
for
I think
sure.
he'll
Yep.
be one of, if not the face of Major League Baseball. I think the leader in here. And by the way, I'm going to call it right now. I see him signing a 10-year crazy lucrative number.
Nice.
And he's going to be here forever.
I think he deserves it. Yeah, a guy that they're going to try and push
Gotta
the
lock
bag
him up.
towards.
You got to build around him. All the stuff he does, especially the ability to play center field, the ability to hit in the middle of the lineup, a 21-year-old, a healthy 21-year-old too. I think the future is so bright, man. 5 years, I'm thinking in the next couple of years, he's going to be the face of the franchise.
Yeah, I would say within the next 3 years, you're going to call him a top 5 player in Major League Baseball. That's why his
He's going to
baseball
end that
card-
drought right there.
Yeah, his baseball card is flying, soaring in value. Longest current streaks for the drought. And this is not just baseball. I don't know if you realize, if you're like, wait, Who's that purple team? No, that's the Kings, the Jets, the Sabres, the Mariners. It's been 2 decades, so longest of the major pro sports leagues in North America. Next up, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but you can all see the screen. What can the Mariners do at the trade deadline? Another bullpen arm or two?
Yeah, I think a bullpen arm would be great. I think a starting pitcher would be great as well. Maybe a guy in the same division as Frankie Montas would be an addition for them. I think when it comes down to it, you know, they're not hitting right now. So an offensive guy for me is the go-to. You know, when we talk about Jerry Dipoto and the deals he's made, he's very aggressive. He always goes and solidifies whatever is the needed situation in the roster. I expect him to go get a hitter. Maybe a guy like Nelson Cruz can come back for them and provide some power for them. Who knows? I think they need to start by getting healthy with Mitch Haniger, and once that happens, they can go out and explore the market.
A revitalized Jared Kelenic, perhaps, too, a big prospect for them. It just hasn't all come together for him yet, and he's back down in the minor leagues, currently a bit hurt as well. Tyler has this one. If the Mariners were fully healthy with Haniger and Kyle Lewis, who's also hurt, do you think they'd be over the 500 mark?
You know, it's very hard to say. I would think they would be definitely, if not there, because you're talking about a couple guys that have a really good history of driving in runs and being the middle of the lineup pack of being those leaders in that roster. I think with 2 healthy Kyle Lewis and Mitch Haniger, and you put in, you know, Julio Rodriguez, now you're talking about 3 studs in that offense that can definitely put together some crazy numbers and wicked numbers. So, yeah, no question about it. I think it's what they're lacking right now, their offensive side. And you're not only that, but you get a Mitch Haniger, you get a Kyle Lewis, you get a Julio Rodriguez. Now you're helping other guys as well, right? You're helping Suarez at third base. You're helping other guys. Ty France will even get more help from that and get more pitches to hit. So no question about it. I think Jesse Winker will be much better off of that, too, with having those 2 guys healthy. So, yeah, the offense will be much better if those 2 guys were certainly healthy.
More from Robbie Ray. Continue what you're getting from Logan Gilbert, who was awesome again yesterday. This team's also had a tough schedule. Not only the travel and the lack of home games, but they've had the 3rd toughest schedule in terms of degree of difficulty. And then the rest of the way now, in terms of the teams and the records, it's 3rd easiest. So it should get a little smoother for them. Mark, ask yonder, AL and NL Rookie of the Year picks.
I certainly see Pena and Gore there at the top line of that. Gore, for me, has been that it factor for the National League, especially for what the Padres have been dealing with a guy like Blake Snell, who hasn't really come into terms with himself. A guy like Gore has been that guy for them, right? Under a 2 ERA, he's been absolutely phenomenal. But listen, the guy that played center field today, in Julio Rodriguez, he's leading all rookies in stolen bases and home runs. I like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's only going to get better as the season progresses. You know, Pena has done a phenomenal job. He leads, I think, all rookie, if not tied now with Julio Rodriguez in home runs. He's a great addition. You know, it feels like with the Houston Astros, and it's gone unseemingly quiet.
Yeah, it has.
Without Carlos Correa there, because Pena has done well. But I just think when I look at Julio Rodriguez, he is the overall all package of what you want in a 5-star athlete, and he's only going to get better.
I think he's going to have a monster second half. So even if Pena's got the slight edge right now based on, say, wins above replacement and the defense and all of that, I think I'm with you. Julio Rodriguez will take it. National League a little more wide open. Nolan Gorman, even Christopher Morel, who we saw a couple weeks ago, he's always on base right now. So here's the plan for us. 1 week, catch our breath, grab our passports. You have your passport?
I'm ready.
I just got mine. MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. North of the border, June 30th. 2 contenders in the AL East. Rays, Blue Jays, night game. Let's go. Pre-game show 6:30 Eastern in a couple weeks. For my dudes, Yonder Alonso, Brett Dolan, and the all-star crew behind the scenes getting the job done. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. We're going to see you in 2 weeks on YouTube. Yes, we need a week off to digest the Grasshoppers. Twins win 5-0. See you soon.